Okay. Almost everything's set up and done. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Donna. Bum, 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 bum. Bwah, 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 bwah. Paste this. Where's my thing? There's my thing. Well, done. And secondary link. Oh, Boster. Which is to say, hello again, Boster. Well, hope you're having fun with your friends. We will see you later again. Don't worry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and whirls and whirls and ladies and 3Ds and babies and gabies, the time is currently 10:09 a.m. on the 8th of February. We are on day 39 of the Emily Yukis campaign to get Carl an interview with the creator of the Will Stansel Show. And it is the Sunday after last, where I did not do a Yap-In at all because I was completely indisposed and incapable of speaking without coughing for 15 minutes straight. Today is episode 39 of the Yap-In with Single Player Carl. With me, Single Player Carl. Hello, how are we doing? Hello, how you doing? How your mama? I've got plenty on the timeline that I can mod about and talk about while I'm not knocking my camera over. As always is the case, this is a live show with live audience engagement and interaction, encouraged but not demanded. If at any time you have something you'd like to be able to say about the content of the stream or your own opinions about your own ideas, do not wait, do not delay. Click on the link in the pinned comments of every single chat room, including the pinned comment on Twitter, and use that pinned comment on Twitter/X to enter into the call-in lobby, where you can then have up to... I'm beginning to feel like an hour isn't good enough, but you can have for as long until I feel that the conversation's gone stale, to talk to me about whatever burning ideas and concepts are on your mind. Have an argument, have a point, be entertaining. You can find that in the pinned comment section on YouTube, as well as on Kick and Twitch, as well as the links posted on X. With all my contractual obligations put together and everything else out of the way, let's get right into the news! How's everyone feeling today? Ow. And of course, as always, doing all the algorithmic promotional things. Please like, share, subscribe, etc., 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 all the algorithmic promotional things, so that we can get my black ass into the stratosphere. In light of recent Epstein files being released, what are my overall thoughts on the state of affairs? Are we truly having a red pill moment like in Matrix? Nah. Nah. Let me finish this one thing right here, and I'm going to answer that in full. Let's try to set a goal for 10 super chats. So, here's the problem with Epstein. The problem with the Epstein files is that every single person who was considered a conspiracy theorist has been proven correct. Every single person that was considered a conspiracy theorist has been considered correct. They have divined, they have learned, it is witnessed, it is known that everything important to the viewpoints of their mindset have been proven correct. It is the case that every single thing that could have been considered an insult, a meme, a conspiracy theory, a joke, is now just legitimately correct. And the problem with this is that what this has done is that this has created a linchpin point. This has created a linchpin point. This has created a filter effect. It's no longer fun to say conspiracy theories because they are true. And the main reason why there are people who feel this way, and the reason why I say that it is this way, is because you now have a moral compunction that goes along with the viewpoints a person could talk about for fun, or for energy, or for argumentation, that no longer allows you to treat shit like this like it is a blow-off. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is, for the leftists, this is no longer ha ha ha. This is what people who are a part of the extreme far fringes of the right conservative wing think. No. They have to become Nazis now. Everything that they claim they should be against in big brow society, in big brow thinking, and in big brow documentation and obliviation of content, even if they are not hyper-political content creators, means that they, by moral compunction, must now become Nazis. They must become the thing that they hate. Because if they don't, they are not doing praxis. Right? There's a whole thing going around right now. People harassing content creators like Inaru because they desperately want to be able to tell you that your opinions your opinions are not good enough if you do not follow up to their emotional weight. Where's one right now? Where's one right now? Where's one right now? Where's one right now earlier? Here we go. Right here. When you have somebody come to you with a moral compunction, telling you that your worldview demands that you must act a certain way and you must react a certain way, you no longer get the ability to tell people how to behave if you're not going to lead the charge. So when you say things like this, don't say just say I don't feel comfortable discussing things because I'm not informed. Shaming viewers for wanting to know about what their favorite creator thinks about real world topics is weird. Not everyone's asking you to tell them what to think. They want to see if your values align. Or just educate yourself. Just educate yourself on things happening around you, bro. I don't know. Most streamers are informed and have an opinion, but choose not to express how they feel because they're afraid of polarizing their audiences. We're just past the point of feigning ignorance about having an opinion. It's about human rights, corruption, and evil. Speak up. This is somebody telling you, you are not allowed to have an opinion other than my opinion. Now, of course, the obvious thing here is that in relation to Emeru's topic, somebody's asking them, what's your thoughts on ICE? If you need a streamer who doesn't know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you need to get off the internet. This is a money and Jews approach to documentation and to argumentation. Right? Apply it the same way. Oh my, this person thinks they have things to say about transgenders. They must be a racist Nazi bigot. Damn, that's crazy. That's such a cute opinion. Did you inherit it from Jeffrey Epstein? Man, just because Jeffrey Epstein was tied to the files, and because he was a person who was responsible for putting this worldview together, doesn't mean that it's not an important thing to stand up for trans rights. Yeah, whatever, transgender. You can completely ignore and abdicate any responsibility to the topic by just having one-line words there to be able to insult and dismiss them. Anybody can do it from the left to the right. Anybody can do it from the right to the left. Anybody can do it from the political and apolitical middle to both sides and beyond. But does it get away from the actual moral compunction that you need to have as a creator, as a user, as a speaker? No, it does not. The reality still exists. You still live in a world where all these things happened. You still live in a world where all these things happened, and you still have people having opinions, whether or not they support these opinions, or they just simply think whatever they think for whatever reason they think them. What should one ought to do in this situation? What gives them the ability to meet the moral compunctions of the things that are happening that allow them to then communicate this to a world audience? The answer is I don't know. Because it's not our job to do that. I myself am not a political content creator, but I keep finding myself in circles surrounded by people like this because they keep trying to proselytize to my fucking worldview and to my goddamn content. It's very fucking annoying. Because in the same breath that we can say, bro, please stop trying to inundate me with your political bullshit, it doesn't mean that I don't have an opinion. But if what my job is to do is to play video games on camera, and in playing these video games on camera, it does not require me to proselytize to somebody about my political viewpoints. This is an expression of how I am going to end up failing my job. Because if my job is not to proselytize, but to inform, it matters a lot less that I told you what my opinion is, rather than informing you about this person's opinion here. Because if you're not able to understand the reason why there would be people who would be against this kind of attitude, there it is! You shouldn't tell people that they can't care about the world. Yeah, but I don't live in Palestine. I don't live in Palestine. I don't know what happens in Palestine. Why would I try to proselytize to somebody about Palestine? Especially if I'm not a political content creator. Well, that means you support Nazism. How? Well, if you don't care about the world you live in, nigga, if military war was to happen today, that got us nuked, that would require us to always care infinitely about geopolitical strategy. Guess what? That's not my job. There's somebody whose job that is. Should it be the job of leaving that to the people like Destiny? No, it shouldn't be. That's why there's so many other people whose job it is to speak against people like Destiny. But that doesn't mean it's my job, and that doesn't mean that I have to do it just because a person claims I should. That's wasteful of both my energy, my time, my brain cells, and my current desire and want. And no matter what the fuck I think about it, it's going to make everything else worse by degrees. Because it'll be death by degrees. I won't be able to have a thought of my own, I won't be able to have a mind of my own, I won't be able to have an argument of my own, and everything will be just as simple as I can't think and I can't speak because I, quote, don't know enough, and I should move out of the way. No, I shouldn't. I should do exactly what the fuck I've been doing the entire time I've been alive, which is, I don't know enough about that, but guess what? Because you asked me that question, we will find out together. And that's just one macrocosm of it. Or, excuse me, one microcosm of the macrocosm of it. Every single thing that has been put inside of that timeline of event caused by people looking at the Epstein files. They have done two fallacies. The first one is correlation equaling causation, and accusation equaling guilt. Oh my god, Trump is in the Epstein files. This means that he's a part of the pedophile elite. What about your particular elite if they happen to have their names in that shit, especially if they're Clintonites? Are you going to start globalizing the infatita the way that people claim that they should? Or are you going to sit there like a bitch and be like, you know, it'd be really funny if we were able to make fun of these people that have opposite worldviews of ours. What's effective? What's a more effective way of solving that problem? What's a more effective way of addressing that concern? What's the more effective way of having that conversation? Calling everybody a ditty ass or actually doing your job? And what is your job? See, it's very much like Kendrick Lamar and his beef with Drake. Everybody's over here saying, say Drake, say Drake, say Drake, say Drake, say Drake. Meanwhile, not a single person has listened to his rebuttal. Because it's something like this, right? For a man who says he don't like going to the party, this nigga has not missed an opportunity to take a fucking victory lap for a Grammy. AKA, Kendrick just opened his mouth. Somebody give him a Grammy right now.
Every place and situation. This is a rule that I never break.
Because people get so focused on the, man, look at how they're owning you. Look at how they're owning you. Look at how they're owning you. That they forgot at the end of the day they still have to have a real opinion. Does it make it bad? Does it make it stupid? Does it make it weird? Yeah, it does, actually. It makes it repetitive. And with people having nothing actually important with the constant repetitive things that they say, you can't have a discussion. Because I'm not hearing an opinion. I'm hearing the regurgitation of somebody else's opinion. An opinion that's safe. An opinion that's catchy. An opinion that's punchy. But an opinion that's not theirs. If we extrapolate this for what it's worth, this is what I mean, and this is what I meant, and this is what we saw on that debate with people like Irrelevant. Irrelevant is a perfect case example of that exact macrocosm. What effective use is there? trying to debate people on TikTok. This is for views. It's for money. It's for exposure. But is it effective? No, it isn't. Why isn't it effective? Because these worldviews are of no concern. They're of no moral compunction. Why would I care what the viewpoint of a supposed internet artist and Nazi should be on a timeline, assuming that they are one, which many of them are not. It's just uninformed people that aren't normalized to having arguments and discussions online. What's the moral weight? What's the moral compunction? What's the actual job and service filled when you try to collate all these problems and all these discussions with people and with a concern, with a focus on shit that has no fucking value whatsoever, because the person in question decided the actual topic that you should have is not important. But you know what topic they want to talk about? Something that has nothing to do with the reality of the situation. Do I want to talk about the fact that all these conspiracy theorists were actually correct? You had a very long 10 to 15 year timeline of leftists and moralists proselytizing their views and their toxic behaviors and attitudes and opinions. 10 to 15 years of that proselytizing and that culture jamming. Are they going to apologize for the culture jamming? Are they going to apologize for having made things worse? Are they going to apologize for having set the mind virus on people? Are they going to apologize for the circle sessions? Are they going to apologize for the harassment? No. They're just going to act like, bro, come on, bro. We didn't know what we were doing, bro. Come on, you got to understand, bro. Bro, you got to understand. No.
We're almost there.
Because the problem at the end of the day is that there has been harm that's been done. And it can't be undone. That harm that's been done, the destruction of the baseline argument, affected by the culture jamming, it's lowered people's immune systems to the point that they can't be able to have clear conversations about serious topics. The refusal to apologize for having done it to people, all that does, all that did, all that it will ever do, is make it so that people are unwilling to have this conversation out in the open. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, that's really great. That's grand. What a wonderful decision. What a great idea. What a great concern.
Well, we are around the academy.
No matter what work, no matter what effort could be said and done at the end of the day, unfortunately, the consequences of all the topics and the opinions and the arguments that you could have about something like Yap-In files, that's nothing. Because it's just going to be throwaway jokes. It's just going to be throwaway memes. And that's not to say that people that are making jokes have a moral compunction to do shit. They don't, actually. It is in their interest that they should make non-stop humor and jokes about this shit. Because, yeah, it's funny. It's not their fault. It's not their job. It's just a place. We're just existing here, bro. But the people whose job it was, the ones who abdicated their authority, the ones that made it into, I can just lie to your face, and as long as the crowd is cheering behind me, I can get away with doing it. Yeah, they're the ones with the moral weight that have to actually answer for the shit. Because they're the ones that delegitimized it. They're the ones that delegitimized it. They're the ones that made the argument for it. They're the ones that made the argumentation that it was not that big of a deal. Etc, 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 etc. And as long as they kick the can down the road, and they don't take accountability for any of the things that they've done, it'll continue to be that way. Because if the people whose job it is to take it serious can't take it serious, then why the fuck should I take it serious? If these individuals can't do their fucking job, and they're so concerned with this shit that amounts to nothing, what we talking about? Be that as it may, you should read the files yourself, definitely. Mainly so that you can be able to understand what they actually say. Not just taking somebody's interpretation of what they say, and then going straight off the fucking deep end. Concern yourself a little less with whether or not justice will be done. And just be informed. Like, in the Discord, literally on this topic, I actually got the Epstein link, mirror site that I posted about in Printing Press, where a person has hosted all the emails that came out of the file leakage. And they have connected them back to the particular file date as they were listed from the content. The content of the photos, the content of the emails, the content of the of the material in the content of the emails, all that shit. All collated, put together in a readable, digestible format that a person can engage with and be able to use to educate themselves, should they wish to. And then at a later date, if a person wants to look into the files themselves with their favorite content creator, they can be able to do so and really see the lengths of depravity that we're talking about when it comes to this ditty-ass guy. By no means does that make it in such a way where a content creator has to give you the political opinion. And on the topic of the person saying people want to see where your morals align, no, they don't. Most people do not want to hear what people's opinions are. They want to hear and see their opinions be reflected back to them. That's really what most people want. They want someone to mirror and justify and legitimize the viewpoints that they already have.
This feels familiar.
That way they don't have to actually, do the hard work. Back to reality and the truth of the matter. The majority of people don't want to do the hard work. They don't want to do hard labor. They don't want to do the material instances. They don't want to do the lowering of their own carbon footprint. They don't want to do the hard works and acts that go into concept and go into consumption. They just want to talk shit. They just want to talk shit. They just want to be funny for attention. They want to do all these things and more. And they want to do them in such a way where they are part of the topical conversation.
Put some fucking earbuds on! You're in public!
And it makes everything boring. Because it still continues to be the case that it's not someone's own opinion. It's someone making an opinion on behalf of somebody else. And then using that to see if something funny will happen. Because of how people are reacting around that person's particular behavior or their ideas or their ideals. It's half the reason why people look at people like Hassan Piker. It's half the reason why people look at particular, always in the culture war, always in the conversation VTubers. It has a lot less to do with the fact that they have opinions and people don't like them expressing their opinions because blase, 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 blase. That's not the only reason. That's not the only purpose. A lot of it really just has to come down to the fact that it has to be that they are interested in discussions for whatever purpose a person could have a discussion for. Lots and 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 lots of people know this to be the case. They know it to be the case. But unfortunately, they don't give a fuck at the end of the day. It doesn't matter to them. The conversation matters more than the position. The entertainment matters more than the entertainment within context. And so on and so on and so on. For me, that's a lot of noise. And so I choose to take the position of the haha funny man. Because at least my position doesn't require the antagonization of other people. I don't have to have a moral weight to my argumentation. And in the times and places where I do have moral weight to my argumentation, I'm not a hypocrite when I do it. Because giving people my observation about how things are doesn't mean that I'm somehow compromised. Because I'm just an observer. I'm just a dude. And you're a dude. And we're a dude. We're all dudes. For all those people that would need to have who need to be the center of the attention and the ones that are the choice and tastemakers. Okay. I don't give a damn. I'll taste-make over here about things that I actually give a shit about. It is what it is at the end of the day. Outside of that, I wouldn't know what to really say to some of these people that this level of stuff should really, 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 really apply for. Because for a lot of it, I mean a lot of it, it's just non-stop bullshit at the end of the day, man. Just unironic, irrevocable shit that I cannot bring myself to give a fuck about. Because it's not even just the political opinions. It's everything. It's all become proselytization. It's just somebody using something specific to just say, you don't care about my pet peeve issue, therefore no one should ever listen to your content. Also, thank you. Appreciate it. The main issue with me and the files is that it's tainted and opinionated in so many years to release it that I believe all the files are falsified. From the House Committee releasing it with mentions of Trump, Microsoft banning Epstein, FNAF, etc. It's like the FBI releasing the files for the finders after decades of work. Even if there are some familiar names, it's far too late to even get evidence because it may have been removed so long ago that it can't ever be taken to trial because of the statute of limitations. And that of course, there is one way to strip corruption, but everyone's a farquad. Coming to a point where we really don't get the full answer and explanation until those files are gone. And even when their compatriots would still keep it up because they need the butter for their steak, I'm not even just being fetus about this, this is just the playbook being made. Yeah, everything. Like, it goes back to the point that I just said about how you ought move in these circumstances concerning the compunction of character that is being asked here. If the files are, and they are, definitely connected to the control mechanism of a giant pedophile ring, the only correct reaction should be all of us marching on Capitol Hill, right? That's the reality of what that would call for. This is not me calling for violence. This is not me suggesting that you do this. This is the logical inertia of the argumentative state. If every single person in government right now, the old ones, the younger ones, the president, the vice president, the committee, the authority in general, if they're all in on a big club where it's in fact the uniparty, and they are joining hands together as capitalist cronies, and they are Eiffel Towering us, while they fit giant cocks in our mouth and make us blow and suck on it, gag on it, if that is what is happening with these files, there is only one correct reaction, there is only one correct crash out, there is only one correct methodology that must now happen, and that would be insurrection against the state. That is the only correct reaction. That is the only correct opinion. That is the only correct summation, summary, and summatation of all effort. The government is corrupt. Overthrow the government. It's Tree of Liberty time! Tree of Liberty time! But there are people who don't want to do it. Because, nah, man, you know, it was really funny when it was a thought-terminating cliche for us to make fun of our political rivals. But now that it's real, you know, I don't want to be a chud. I want to be in my establishment figure position. I want to make jokes about the chuds. I don't want to be considered a chud. Being considered a chud would be bad for my appearance. I don't want to have to do rigor. I don't want to have to do praxis. I want to make dumb comments online about the idiots that have the wrong opinions. Doesn't have the same power. Doesn't have the same weight. Yeah. I should be able to take this. I was able to do the last one. I should be able to do this one. Doesn't have the same power. It doesn't have the same weight. It really doesn't. And that's the problem. Like, nobody wants to bring out the human fruit slicer. Everybody wants to make jokes about the French, but they don't seem to understand the reason why people are attacking the aristocrats. It's all jokes. It's all memes until it's time to live your standards. Then it's, oh, no, bro, I don't want to live my standards. I want to be a jester, bro. I want a jester max.
Won't stop progressing.
I want an incel max like a chud. I don't want to have to be called to do work and effort. That's scary.
Go over the battle.
I want to make non-stop memes. I want to make non-stop insults. I want to do all this extra shit.
The past and the present must become one. I recognize this feeling.
This is what it is at the end of the day, I guess. Because it's not like people take the shit serious. They most certainly do not. But maybe I'm coping. Maybe I'm seething. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. But if I don't know what I'm talking about, what the fuck are the rest of these people talking about? Ad nauseum, etc., etc. Blah. We can only do so much, man.
How many ranks come after this one? I'm thinking of adding a monthly goals section in my journal.
Can only do so much. Can only argue so much. Can only speak so much. We can only say so much. We can only do so much.
Over here.
Before we have to just accept that some of these people are fucking stupid.
Well,
They are
turns out I'm
dumb.
something other than martial arts.
Dumb.
I just can't
Fucking
help but end up
dumb.
being the best operator. Oh, your flatteries.
And have almost always been dumb.
Keep it coming though.
Again, that's my opinion.
Let's go
My
over the
opinion
battle plan once
doesn't need to be the correct opinion and the right opinion.
Whether on the battlefield or elsewhere, this is an honor. Thank you for your trust, Administrator. I'll prove that this trust is well placed
double
for my
10.
actions on the front lines. Carelessness and negligence pose the deadliest threat on the battlefield.
Oh, yeah. You don't mind the guillotine, it's fake. Or you embrace the Judd. Or those let's turn down the temperature people. I mean, I would say there's a lot more energy and there's a lot more argumentation you can make that the people who are telling people to turn down the temperature, when very clearly we do in fact need to turn down the temperature, have a lot more going for them with their argumentation and their approach of how they want to go about talking about issues, compared to the people in the middle, who have 100% decided to make this into a cuck situation.
Carve a path for us.
What's this?
There's a lot more energy that you could put in on argumentation
Practice comes enlightenment of the
that
sword
ultimately
dancer's
is a weight on most people's shoulders. I would be willing to grant some
art.
level
Practice comes enlightenment of the
of
sword
grace
dancer's art.
to those that find themselves stuck with a lashing opinion that's holding them back, rather than the alternative.
Path for us.
But that comes with the caveat of what is very obvious to me, a very simple, straight line approach of attitude and concern and witness, etc., that are at the core of some of these basic concerns and conversations that we could be able to have at the deepest level, that ultimately amount to nothing when you really get down to brass tacks. For all of the energy that people could have about the worldviews and about the content and about the drama and everything else that goes into the bullshit that we are dealing with, there is a lot of energy, and I mean a lot of energy, that people are putting in on this process. That when it gets to the world that I live in and the opinions that I see going out there and the way that those people are describing and behaving about those opinions, I see it as an extension of a greater problem that needs an ideological hole that has to be filled. Some of these people cannot fill that hole, for what it's worth. For what it's worth, they cannot fill that hole. For whatever reason, they can't fill it. They cannot fill that hole. Certainly, there's a level of it. There's an energy of it. Where it really comes down to, you know, I've done my best, but I can't do more. And for whatever energy that is, or what have you, it just is what it is at the end of the day. It just is what it is at the end of the day. We've tried our best. Sometimes the best is not enough. Sometimes the people that are involved, they don't get it. That's not their fault. For everybody else, whom it is their fault, half the reason we're here is because of some of those people. For the rest of them, I wouldn't be able to tell you, man. I wouldn't be able to tell you. If it was me, I'd say the optimal path is rejection. Fulfill our duty as Americans. Pull away from our kings. Make an Amish approach. Don't even go full prepper. Just push for states' rights and complete rejection of convenience. Small government. Yeah. Small government. Local government. Just saying no to how you regard an AI. Ironically enough, Facebook Marketplace being a testament to that. Yeah, it's one of the solutions. But people will never engage with it on enough level that the material concern still falls back to, but my creature comforts. Call it what you want, but I know what I call it. Laziness. Abdication. Kicking the can down the road. Because there's always going to be a motherfucker trying to ice skate uphill. And they're always going to use somebody else's arguments, somebody else's concerns, as the way for how they argue and how they approach that. And I know for a fact, I'm tired of hearing people use that excuse every single fucking time. I'm so tired of that excuse. I'm so tired of people saying it's not my fault, it's not my problem. Because realistically it is. It's the world we fucking live in. You have to live here. We all have to live here. And we can't live like this. But if we are going to live, then, you know, there are some basic things that are going to have to be discussed. And this is one of those things. Is it fun to talk about? Hell no. It's not fun. There's not a single part about this that is fun. Not one. Not a single bit of this is fun. Ew. Lesh. Ew. There's not a single bit of it that's fun. Hey, what do I know? I'm just some dumb chud. 5 roles of messenger expert. I digress, though. There's not much else you could talk about and say other than, look, take responsibility for the shit you choose to invest yourself into. Don't lose your fucking head. But also, don't come to me and say, I can't believe you guys are having conversations about this. Motherfucker, we're gonna have a conversation about a lot of shit. Some people are gonna have to accept that they don't need to have opinions. Just shut the fuck up. You don't need to think, you don't need to breathe, you don't need to act, just stop talking. Because I have had the displeasure of being hostage in some of the most retarded conversations this week alone, let alone this month alone, in other sources and in other places and in other discords. And compared to the kind of shit I could deal with on a live or on a panel, those people don't need to have opinions. They don't need to be anywhere near power. Because they don't even give grace. That's probably one of the worst parts. Some of the people with these fucking opinions, they don't even give grace to other people to have opinions in the space that they occupy. Everybody has to be an incel. Everyone's a Nazi. Everyone's a woke person. Everyone's this. Everyone's that. It's an all-consuming worldview. Because they inherently do not want to try to understand the person next to them. And that's so fucking soy to me. So fucking soy to me. Let me go through my bookmarks that are not porn, so I can be able to tell you what I mean. Ah, yes, here we go. Here's a 6-minute clip example. Here is an exact case of the full totality of exactly what I'm talking about. Read at your own leisure. Watch this shit.
And I talked about it, and then I was like, I saw this. As per usual. The classic Clippers. The classic Clippers. They love to watch this stream. They love to hate, and they love to watch the stream.
Let's go over the
Pause.
battle plan once
Did she just literally word for word, bar for bar match Trump's cadence? They love to watch. This is their favorite stream. I'm their favorite streamer. They love to watch. They love to hate on me. Yes, they do. They love when they come to hear what I have to say. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Stealing his entire flow, word for word, bar for bar. No! That's funny, though.
A valuable battle. My fighting spirit has been stirred.
Crazy. I did see this fucking making the rounds. This was crazy.
Originally on
Ember is friends with Asmongold, Lakari, Tectone, plus she thinks Ethan Klein's lawsuits are justified. This is crazy.
They are. Don't siphon people's views offline. Don't steal content from somebody else who's on YouTube when you're streaming solely to Twitch. Especially with the intention of being a part of a harassment campaign to try and send him and all of his family to fucking child custody court. Because you think it's funny to make money on harassing him. At the same time, you're trying to make money siphoning the views on his content. Because you've been unpunished for so long that you think that this is normal in the culture of broadcasting. And it's not.
Is he 28,000 likes? 700,000 views? Racist chud. This is a crazy fucking post. So I will say tides are turning on this particular character. My favorite thing about the Clippers that sit and watch this stream every day, everybody say, hi Clippers, hi. And then jump scare them with a little shower. A little shower emote. A little shower emoji. The craziest thing about this clip is it's such a nothing burger.
How would you be jump scaring people who are clipping your channel? They'd be putting shit on the background and they wouldn't give a fuck. They'd edit around you. Like they did with this 6-minute and 20-second clip. The fuck? Ah, I'm upset that people watch my content. Oh, I spend most of my time being a fucking lolcow on the internet trying to create drama. And I get mad that I become the center of drama. Oh! I sell ice cream in an ice cream shop in a brick and mortar store. And then people come in my store and they talk about the ice cream I sell. Ah!
Burger clip. It is such a nothing burger clip. It is like a 2 out of 10. Not even 0 out of
Pause. If it was a nothing burger clip, we wouldn't be here discussing it. Cope?
10 clip. I don't even say anything crazy in the clip. I will say that.
Pause. You think you say nothing crazy, but stupid shit comes out of your mouth. In fact, the quote here directly from the text. Denim states, the craziest thing about all of this is the person bringing the lawsuit, Ethan Klein, his bread and butter content is basically the entirety of his YouTube lib, has been maliciously recating, which is to say, reacting, with like distaste for the person who created the original content, which is what she, Emaru, is suggesting that you can just react to people that you hate. You can't do that, which is not how the wall works, by the way. You can react to whoever you don't have to, like the person that you're reacting to. In fact, Ethan Klein won a lawsuit on copyright infringement while he was reacting to content from a creator that he didn't like.
Everyone seems to perform the same move differently.
This is stupid because there's a difference between fair use intent, which was somebody trying to take down people's content because they didn't like the opinion they had or the review they had in the work, and stealing content between broadcasting platforms. A world of difference between, this person doesn't like that I had an opinion, and stealing work from Viacom so that you can rebroadcast it on your live broadcast while you're then farming money from the content and farming people watching the VOD directly, while subsidizing ad rate, while subsidizing your audience, while subsidizing brand deals for work that's not yours.
I will say that. I'm not even saying anything. Say something. Say something. Say something. Nothing to say. Nothing to say. So all I was saying is that I'm making an observation at most. Exactly.
Let's go over the battle plan once.
Wait, what is this?
Let's go over the battle plan once more, shall we?
Oh no, what is this? Oh god. Anyways, Kyle's tie is the boldest part of this clip. Actually true. Actually factually true. But yeah, there is not, it's like, it is genuinely a complete nothing burger of a clip where all I'm saying is, yeah, people don't like when creators just stay silent on the fact that the people around them are saying or doing heinous shit for forever.
Pause. Unless I am somehow directly tied to the content of the creator,
Get ready.
I and nobody else in general, anywhere in the known universe, in perpetuity, ever has to make a comment on it. Sometimes, my lack of statement is the statement. But I need to know your stance. But I need to know your stance. I need to know if you think this is acceptable. I don't have to say, die of fat, or exhaust with expansion when it comes to Devin / short fat otaku, because I don't appreciate nor do I support his more spurgy behavior and his more retarded crash outs that are related to his Trump derangement syndrome that I do believe that he has, because he has clearly made it a focus to push the quote right-wingers out of his audience and embrace quote liberal types, despite the fact that he is walking into the hands of the mindset of people like the DGGX stock exchange. Because unlike Stephen Bonnell, who very clearly just wants antagonism and wants to promote his name, there is a world where I can see where Devin's coming from. But that doesn't mean that I agree with him. But just because I don't agree with him, doesn't mean that I antagonistically, like V, basically need to back up the same shit that's been coming out of the mouth of the content creators that he's been promoting. Because at that point, we're being power brokers. And the reality there is that it is the same shit we just discussed from the last person's tweet post. You're not actually concerned. You just want to moralize and browbeat and say, look, they're on my side. They're on my side. That means I'm the right one. What? You're going to go up against me? Single player Carl goes, in my opinion. And that's retarded. You know why? Because that person doesn't have an opinion of their own. Their opinion is an attachment. It is an attaché to somebody else's worldview. It's not their own worldview. It's the worldview of somebody that they agree with. Does that make it good? Does it make it a moral compunction? No, it doesn't. But unfortunately, that's the way that people act. They act in shades and degrees. They want things to be connections that are like playing the 6 degrees of bacon. But it's death by degrees. Because who I associate with means that that is my future and my destiny? No. I would rather be by myself than connected to a string of people that I cannot understand and that I ultimately cannot support the actions of. And that's already happened to me twice in my career. And because I was the one who actively did take the statement, not of the drama angle, but of the I told you don't do this, and now this is what I'm gonna do in reaction now. There are people to this day that continue to try and hold things they don't understand over my head, despite the fact that they know nothing of what they're talking about.
And there's only so long you can stay neutral.
Pause. While it is true that you cannot remain still on a moving train, the reality of the issue is that I can indeed actually walk the other direction. The culture is taking you in this direction. You have to stand up and say something or jump off the train. I just explained that I would rather jump off the train than move in that direction. But you know what I can also do? I can walk opposite of the direction of the train. The train is moving to the left. I walk down the cable carriage and I move to the right of the train. The train is an Overton window. The position on the train is where I have a stance in the spectrum of the argument. Oh no, this man's a bigot Nazi. Why is he a bigot Nazi? Because single-player Carl thinks you shouldn't be able to steal people's views on the internet at the same time as trying to antagonize them to make drama about yourself so that you can double, triple, and even quadruple dip on fucking SEO retainment. Man, that guy must be a Nazi incel. Let's go harass his channel and say that he fucks kids. Ba-da-da! Hello. How you doing? How's your mama? It's not the same thing, though, Denims. It's never been the same thing. And you know this! So why are we having this conversation? Because you want to talk your circle around Emaroop, actively saying the most effective thing possible, which is that if you have to go to a non-political content creator about politics, you might need to log the fuck off.
Big news. Denims acknowledges Emaru exists and someone made a tweet about it. Yep.
Ready to fight.
I'm with you.
Complete Nothing Burger pulling up a snark post with a caption racist chud, basically defaming and trying to hurt her professional reputation. That's crazy when she literally is talking about my lawsuits and she knows nothing about them. Hey, she opened that can of worms when she decided to start talking about me and my lawsuit and defaming and trying to hurt my professional reputation. I'm sorry that the shoe is on the other foot. That's tough, man. Guys, something you guys need to know about me is that I never fire first. She never talked about your lawsuit. You know, you're just like lying right now, right? Maybe you don't know. You know what? Maybe you don't know. Maybe you genuinely don't know. So this is all about your petty imaginary grievances. Wrong. Completely incorrect. Completely incorrect. Completely incorrect. See, I can have opinions and wait for someone to change and grow as a person, but once someone shows me their character, then I know who I'm dealing with. It's that simple.
Pause. The irony of saying this while being somebody who effectively is on the side of the left that decided, I don't like the fact that Ethan Klein has decided to leave our brigade because he does not agree 100% with us and only 98.99 floating decimal percent. Let's try to take his kids! Man, look at how this guy's talking about us. You don't understand things. You don't understand how these things work at all. Fall off your horse.
It's that simple. 385 saga counts is crazy. Clip of her talking about it. Here we go.
Well, reacts are a little scary because I saw that some people are getting sued for reactions, but I mean it's like a different case than what I do, I guess. So surely it's different. Mr. Daly wouldn't sue me. We're homies. He likes my tweets sometimes. Yo, Dylan, thanks for 33 months. It's people that like maliciously react. Like they react to people they hate and they're like, watch me so that they don't get any views. Yeah, you can't do that. That's not good.
England and Rose.
Wow, surprise, surprise. Emaru understands the concept of why it's wrong to siphon views off someone's content. Is she dumb? Is she stupid? Oh, I don't know. Let's do a very big view click in. Let's look at the face here. I have to drag it all the way down. Oh no! She fully understands the concept of what's happening. Oh no! What am I gonna say in reaction to that? Any words you'd like to say, Denims? Anything in particular you'd like to say, Denims? No? Oh, she's just uninformed. She should remain quiet and do her job. But she also should agree with my worldview. Retard. Absolute retard. Let's rewind for effect.
Mr. Daily wouldn't sue me, we're homies. He likes my tweets sometimes. Yo, Dylan, thanks for 33 months. It's people that like maliciously react. Like they react to people they hate and they're like, watch me so that they don't get any views. So, yeah, you can't do that. That's not good.
Yo, Snake, thanks for 8 months and
I'm gonna wait for the full clip to play.
Thank you for the 500 bits. Just admit to crimes on stream. I've never admitted to any crime on stream. As I don't commit crimes.
The craziest thing about all of this is the person bringing this lawsuit, Ethan Klein, his bread and butter content for basically the entirety of his YouTube career has been maliciously reacting. That is to say, reacting with like distaste for the person who had created the original content, which is what she's suggesting.
Lying. You are lying through your fucking teeth. You are lying through your fucking teeth. You are lying through your fucking teeth. He has never made content specifically to antagonize people. No. Lying through your fucking teeth. He made content where a person did not act in the spirit of the law when it concerned fair use. That's why HCH3 versus Matt Haas is YouTube precedent. The same reason like Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad versus Akila Hughes, Akila obviously, for her content trolling over him mocking her with an edit of how her worldview fell apart on election night, is YouTube precedent. You don't understand this, because you're not a YouTuber! You're a broadcaster. You're a Twitch streamer. Worse, you're a Twitch drama lolcow streamer. You don't understand context, you don't understand examples, you don't understand basic details. No. Your worldview is based around, where am I getting my likes? Where am I getting my tweets? Where am I getting my likes? Where am I getting my tweets? It's me, female Trump. I am a person who happens to be of Middle Eastern descent, but I only speak on Palestine and Palestinian concerns. I don't understand how the drama actually works. I just farm clips and donos directly from LSF. My world is LSF. So whenever my world doesn't align with my views, it must be the case that it's incel Nazi chuds, not my worldview, happening to work against me. These are very important things, but they don't concern me, because if I'm not making money off of it, it's just incel Nazi chuds. Just like it's money and Jews. Yeah, all you need to care about Palestine, but I don't have to care about your particular political worldview, because it doesn't matter, because mine's more important, because people are dying in a genocide. How could you criticize me when people are dying in a genocide? Quack. Hello, Lemon Duck.
That you can't just react to people that you hate. You can't.
Pause. Yes, I can. We have a word for it, Denims. You absolute buffoon. You absolute dumbass. This has been a thing since time immemorial. Didn't you know? Of course you did. But you're lying through your teeth. Because you need to find a way to lie to make this good for you. No, Denims. Yes, we can. It's called A-logging. It's called hate watching. I don't like this person. I don't like their views. I don't like their opinions. What am I going to do about it? Ooh, I know. I'll make content on it. People don't know how bad their opinions are. So let's hate watch it and talk about it. We literally did this the other day with the Birdman. Huh, I don't like the Birdman, despite originally having been a fan. Well, why is that, Carl? How did you become a fallen Birdman fan? Because he stopped doing his job. Well, Carl, what was his job? His job was to talk about how it was a case example of him doing that for somebody by the name of Jeremy Scott, aka the creator of brand sins and cinema sins and food sins. Well, isn't it likely that, you know, you're just angry and you're jealous? No! Well, how's that? I don't know. Was the Birdman jealous of Jeremy Scott's when he started his channel? How about Jay when she did hers? How about JXE, originally known as Cinema Sins, when they started theirs? How about Mahler? How about Fringy? How about Rags? How about Dishonored Wolf before he retired? How about Little Platoon? How about Desparu? How about any of the people who do this for a fucking living? Is it the case that they're always just upset and they have nothing of value to say? Or is it possible that it's a little bit more than they must be toxic, they must be tilted, they must be jealous, and money and Jews, and every other dumbass statement that could come out of a person's mouth? Hell, the people who choose to make content on DSP, the people who choose to make content on Low Tier God, is it because they are jealous of them? Or because they have negative opinions of a man who would abandon his daughter, and a man who is the definition of the modern gamer who is so dumb he needs the Yellow Plague Syndrome in video games to help him find out what to do, and even then, he's still ass! Is that because they hate him? Is it because they are annoyed by him, ruining their content? Could it be both? Could it be neither? Could it be shades of differences in between, in magnitudes of 100 to 0%? Apparently not. It's all or nothing. What a dumb perspective to have. What a stupid fucking perspective to fucking have. What a dumb retarded way to think about the world. What a dumb retarded way to think about content. What a dumb retarded way to think about culture. All because you can't say, I want to make fun of this person and I want to make money while I'm doing it. You're already breaking the law. You're already harassing somebody across the internet. But no. I need to get paid by my audience to do it for money. It is very important that I continue the antagonization of the Giardia Chronicles so that somebody who is using us as a proxy allows us to get away with doing it. It is very, very important that I do this. I need to do this on the behalf of a person who is escaping into European territory because they are incapable of facing the actual lawsuit that would happen on American soil. But no. We don't know who Bad Empanada is, actually. Perish the thought. We just made shit up because that's how we feel about it. Nah.
Can't do that, which is not how the law works, by the way. You can react to whoever. You don't have to like the person you're reacting to. In fact, Ethan Klein won a lawsuit on copyright infringement while he was reacting to content from a creator he didn't like.
Oh, so you're admitting that his lawsuit against you and Casey Tron and Frogan is in fact legally binding and is founded on good faith? Congratulations! You should shut your fucking mouth. Do you know why? Because you just said you don't have a case against him! If I was the judge of your case, I would throw it out with prejudice, and you would pay 2.5% of the goddamn asking cost. You'd pay legal fees, you'd pay restitution, and I would ban you from using social media for 5 years. All of it. Because that's the only way to stop you. That's the only way to stop you from lying. You're just gonna lie as you breathe. So what should I do? Stop you from lying. What's the best way to do that? Stop you from making content. What's the best way to do that? Ban your ass off the internet. As many of you should not be on the internet, period. None of you that are guilty of this action should ever have platforms. But in lieu of banning Twitch as a website, even though I use it myself. Hell, I'm using it right now. Da-da-da! Like and subscribe, niggas! Even while I could use it myself, do you know the difference? Do you know the thing that is the difference maker here? The difference maker? The difference maker is that I don't do what you do. You do what you do. And you do it maliciously. And you do it on purpose. And you do it to harm people. And to then receive money for harming people. You want to be rewarded for making the internet worse. You want to be rewarded for making content creation worse. You want to be rewarded for making people not have fun. So what needs to happen now is you have to be removed. You gotta go. You gotta go. You and everybody else, you gotta go. I don't make the rules, I just enforce them. Because if the shoe were on the other foot, that is exactly what you would do.
So what you're saying is we can banish Denims to the corn. We can send her out into the field to disappear.
Yes. Her and everybody else in their ilk.
Listen, we can keep Casey Tron.
Casey Tron is the female Mike from PA. Okay?
I know. Listen, we got to keep them together like lovebirds.
Look, he already busted when he failed the bag, okay? He already failed to snag Human Lazel. All he had to do was call her a bitch. That's all he had to do. Slap her around, hold your ground, call her a bitch, and you could have had Human Lazel, unironically.
Oh my God, you're a man? you're masculine? Oh, you could have won, bro. You could have won. Denims has been, she's been giving me life for the last couple of hours because I was like, really? You're upset that this lawsuit came around, and then you've been harping on trying to, I don't know, can you explain to me, Carl, what the excitement is to try to like take Emeru and just destroy her entire career over a non-point?
They want to use Emeru as an example of what happens when you do not join the correct side of history. Plain and simple. This is using an example of somebody who is basically completely removed from the Giardic Chronicles to say, we will attack you if you don't come down on the right side of this. And the right side of this is our side of this.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I've been watching a lot of people talking, and I talked about this this morning. The amount of, you know where I'm going with this, and just take me with a grain of salt here. These are men who are on the right side of history, which means that you are not allowed to be like condescending and nasty and shitty and brutal to women who are sitting here going, why don't you pick a side? Come on, bro, pick a side. You know what you have to do. It's not that hard. You know, if I were a betting man, I would say that if this came out of the mouth of like Sneeko or Andrew Tate, you'd have a different reaction. You'd have a different energy. If these type of men were to say this type of shit to a woman, you would have a problem with that. But because it's you guys, because it's you, all the struggle sessions will continue. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Struggle sessions continue until morale improves and the donations increase.
And Denims is over here leading the charge, and I think that's the best part of this. I think this is the most telling part. Nobody has the balls to just say, listen, we would love to know where you stand on this, but we're not going to force you. We're not going to bother you. We're just asking questions. But no one ever wants to ask questions. They want to make statements. I saw pictures go up about Emeru being a racist chud. Like, first off, I don't know what you've seen what Japan's been doing lately, but sure, right? But number two, just because someone wants to stay apolitical or at least keep their politics to themselves to have a decent streaming career and not end up over there being a Hassan Nutholder. I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy, though.
I think the problem that happens at the end of the day here is that this is when you are on full Twitch brain. Because this is the reality, right? Most people don't know what the fuck Dims is, except through drama. And only through that drama do they have any connection to the topic. With that being the totality of how far her reach goes, there is nothing of value to learn from her or her ilk. Because they have nothing positive that they can show you about the way that they view anything that they are concerned with. At the end of the day, it is just you have a bunch of fucking people who make money online choosing to antagonize about the shit that they want to talk about. And it's like, oh, why should I give you my money? Why should I give you my attention? What is it specifically that I'm learning about the world from people like you? Oh, it's just money and Jews all the way down. Always has been.
I mean, again, you're talking about people that basically think to themselves they are somehow like a new school Walter Cronkite. And I'm just sitting here going, aren't you the same people that like glaze Twitch's golden boy for talking to some dude, Timothy Chalamet Houthi or whatever the fuck his name was, or whatever they named him? Right?
Houthi Chalamet.
Yeah, it's Timothy Houthi Chalamet, right? You suck that guy off. Do you know who Luffy is? And you defended that. You basically got yourself into trouble by openly. I've never seen people just openly just like. I think the only people I've ever seen like this are like gangster rappers who are just like, yeah, we robbed that guy, and I wrote a song about it. I've never seen anybody do this. You literally went on stream and said, hey, we are doing a market replacement for this man's content. Don't go over there and watch it. Watch it with us. And then expected not to get sued. Why are you suing me? You try to act as a market replacement. You understand that, right? But because it's one of the tiny hat people, it's cool, right? Because you got a beef. You think this is cool because whatever's going on across the world that you don't care about. That's cool. That's all right. Carl, you have to break this down for me. You have to explain it to me. Are these people okay?
Shorthand answer is no, they are not. And technically, in a microcosm, my desire to not want to do that is also itself an extension of how this all shit comes down when you get down to brass tacks. Like, should I have to explain this to people? No. But it's topical. It's happening. And it's going to continue happening even if I'm not necessarily the one who's describing it. But it's the difference between I feel that it's important for people to understand this versus whatever else one ought to say on the matter. Because really, at the end of the day, is it going to have to be me? Should it be me? Could it be me?
Let's go over the battle.
As much as saying, should you be my informer, just as much as you could say, could you be my neighbor? Just as much as I could say, could you be my nigga? Because realistically, we're dealing with people that are effectively doing a gang war. They want to antagonize somebody who is now a member of the outgroup. That member of the outgroup and how they discuss and define their concern to the shit that they are choosing to be invested in are the equivocation of what effectively can be considered a nothing burger. But realistically, it's not just a nothing burger. It is the failure and a considerable refusal of obligation to accept the reality that we are watching people, on behalf of Hassan Piker, antagonize a Jewish man and try to claim his family. It's a bunch of diddy-ass weirdos because they cannot accept, or they would rather continue to say something other than the truth, which is that they really just want to make money harassing somebody for free because broadcasting is broken. These people are broken, yes. The system is the problem. Twitch itself is broken as a platform. The administration that is leading it is broken as a group. The people who are responsible for how far one ought be allowed to go are 100% on the side of these individuals. So it's not just, oh, well, see, Twitch is just dumb, right? Isn't it possible? pulling from his dumbass arguments. Oh my god, it's just so great being able to use dumbass opinions from somebody out of proxy. Isn't it possible, somebody like Irrelevant could say, isn't it possible that it's, you know, that they're not going out of their way to be corrupt, but that they're just really retarded? What's worse? People who are retarded at their job, and thus they allow for bad activist agents to ruin an entire business for everyone else around them? Or a corrupt company that clearly is lying when it comes to how they choose to invest themselves and involve themselves with other people as a material group.
I mean, I'll be honest. This would be attributing to malice that which would be stupidity, but if the outcome is exactly the same, then what makes it a both of these are a problem. Does that make more sense? The idea that okay, incompetence rules. Okay. But it came out to the same end game, where you've got people like Hassan Piker, and you've got people like Denims who run the platform with an iron fist, burning all goodwill to the ground. And they're attacking your other talents on the platform because, oh, I don't know, they didn't bend the knee the right way. Or better answer, somebody who uses your platform, who does get a lot of viewership, and I'm going to be honest, I mean, when Ethan was on the platform, I mean, again, can you say that Ethan couldn't pull a crowd? Yeah, he can. But you've chosen your side, and it's obviously, you know, the side that will literally come up and just walk up on your entire, like, pretty much everybody on the platform and be like, what side you on, homie? That gang war shit that you just brought up, it fucking chef's kiss. Because it is. It's basically a gang beat.
And what we were witnessing was a gang jumping. Or rather, in the street murder. We were witnessing people commit murder. Live on camera. And being told,
you on, homie?
we should be allowed to get away with doing this. Everybody should be forced to have to do this. We're enforcing praxis. We're enforcing that they have to have an opinion. Are you not?
Your end awaits.
How are you making things better by behaving this way? What's been made better by this moral confrontation? Nothing. We're not making the platform better when we do this. It's cope by any other means. And for it to continue, for it to have continued on for as long as it's gone on, it's just hostility. It's just toxic hostility. And
I say that. I agree with you. You're 100% correct on that. But continue.
In any other field of business, Twitch would have already had a C-suite shakeup. Every single person in the executive suite would have been fired. Every single person who has been a part of this culture of antagonism would have already been replaced. They replaced Emmett Shear for less. If you really want to continue the timeline of how bad Twitch has been, and start with Dan. No, it started with Emmett Shear. What happens when people who are non-gamers try to change the culture of a gaming platform and try to make it into an everything app? Is it possible that people who have done this end up missing the forest for the trees? Yeah, they do. But then bringing it back, to be so short-sighted, as to attack the victim. Already bad enough that Emeru's already gone through it. Her Diddy-ass ex comes up with some bullshit. She gets harassed at an event, and she becomes a firestorm for the conversation about how bad Twitch has become with protecting women, period. And now, here is the token woman of the Mossad Israeli Habibi Sabra Club, deciding that she's not good enough to be associated by proxy with the club, just in terms of news story, because she said, hey, I am a person who knows about pies. I'm not a mason worker. What you want is a construction builder. Go to a construction builder about construction topics. Come to me about how to bake a pie. Oh, that's the worst thing ever. Actually, it's so crazy. She doesn't understand the context. The person that she's talking about, the #1 premier pie builder, the #1 premier pie baker, he got his start by making pies for construction workers. Wow. That's so crazy. Despite being wrong, that's so crazy. What a great opinion you just had, Denims. How did you get your start? By being a mod that platforms the man who specifically makes his big reveal by being a fucking mouthpiece for a political party as a pundit and an open market shill, if not outright propagandist? Damn. Bow down to the queens, guys. It's such a forehead moment. It's such a fucking forehead moment. But I digress. I see you, Struggle Bus. Give me a second.
I got you. I got him.
He might just be listening. He might be at work, so he can't actually join the chat. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. We'll find out. But it's here. There he is. It's so soy. The approach of the conversation itself is soy. So the first linchpin of this is that Carl, Mr. Streamer, Mr. Nappy, can you explain to me how it all works? No. But shouldn't I come to you to be informed? Aren't you the man who knows ball in this situation? Yes, I do. But you should be able to look at this for what it is and tell that this is just jealousy. This is envy and jealousy writ across the internet, being called something that it's not. You don't need me to tell you that. Look at it with your own eyes. Look at it with your own ears. What do you think, Struggler?
I'm just really annoyed with how people constantly are like this about just people just trying to be normal. I think people should have the ability to about whatever they want. Like, don't have any opinions on this. I just want to play games. Oh, they should have that ability without having to deal with this insanity.
I mean, you got to think to yourself that if we can force someone to join up with us, then we get what we want. It doesn't matter if their viewership goes down. If they go from 10,000 overnight to a 100 view Andy, right? They did so for the greater good.
Yeah, but that person will just grow to, resent you after a while. Their audience will resent you.
I mean,
Situation.
Isn't that the point? If I can bring you, that's a twofer, in my opinion. That's a twofer. Because Imaru, mind you that she's had like a pretty rough, again, I think you said it best, she's had a rough couple of months.
Yeah.
She's had some, I've never heard of anything like that. Twitch's Golden Boys and his, I guess his fluffers are beating you up. And people like Greedy J are feeling super comfortable to be like, oh, well, why can't you just say the line? Come on, tell us what we want to hear, right?
No.
And just harass you on the internet, and then like you had some boyfriend girlfriend stuff come out, not good stuff, but even better than that, oh boy, you had a situation at TwitchCon, and Twitch didn't defend you, they didn't send help. And they kicked out your guy for defending you.
Not defending her, but all the people that are currently trying to cancel her, completely silent when that was happening. Just no comment.
Because now it's a conversation. Because people are looking at what's going on. It's no longer, well, bro, how is it that you're not informed? No, I'm informed. I can see your hands in the cookie jar, nigga. Take a hand away.
But I think Carl's onto something with this jealousy angle, because like I said, think about it this way. If you can make Imaru basically, her audience, right, hate her for bringing politics in by forcing her hand, then something, those people will come to you. No, Denims, they would still not like your content. You don't do what Imuru does. You're not as interesting as Imuru. And that's saying a lot.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even have to go that far. It's not even just, you're not as interesting as. You're not her.
True.
If the person provides
You're
something...
not that...
Go ahead.
Girl. You're not that girl.
If a person provides something that is quintessential to that broadcaster, and that broadcaster and only that broadcaster can provide that material, then this is the basis upon how there are audiences that could be able to provide and exist and grow and shape and change and become the broadcasters that they are. If Emeru can do only what Emeru does, people that are single-player Carl members are not going to go to Emeru for single-player Carl, and vice versa. They're going to go to the content creator that they want to support. Therefore, if you're going to try and browbeat people into a position where you can say you're on the wrong side of history because even your favorite content creator agrees with me, then you've already lost. Because people were already tired of that shit before we even got here. Now you're popularizing the idea that if you harass me by proxy, then it means that I'm going to be on your side. No, it doesn't. It means I'm going to put my foot up your ass. Because all I want y'all motherfuckers to do is leave me the fuck alone. If you won't leave me the fuck alone, well, that means I'm going to have to do something drastic. And if I have to do something drastic, at the end of the day, they're not going to come to you should I disappear. They're going to go to someone that's Carl-like. Same thing applies here. They're not going to go to you with your viewpoints and your content to specifically be the ones that provide this opportunity for you to attempt to win them over. No. They're going to go to the person that is the most like her. Guess what? That's not anyone on the left wing. You know who it is, though? The VTube deranged women. Congratulations. All you did was now add more people to the culture war. But the culture war's bad. Stop giving people reason to fight in it.
We've arrived at the main.
Good ammo. Just leave people alone. Why you keep poking the bear? Stop it.
Listen, they saw what Pokimane did to the platform. Why can't we just go back to talking about video games, guys? We were well past that, honey. We're well past that. You led the revolution. I'm sorry that you're upset at where you are on the wall, but I didn't start this. You did. You wanted to create this moment where gaming wasn't enough for you. Now you wanted to take politics and bring it in here. You wanted to bring, again, it started with the chat, with the whole, like, you know, let's do chat, and that's fine. That's whatever. But now you want to get into politics, and you've opened the door for people like Hassan to come in, and you've opened the door for people like Denims and Frogan and all these other people. And now that we're here, you want to seal the gate back because you're not liking where you're at on these things. Sorry, it sucks to suck.
And it was never your gate to control in the first place. You invaded with a Trojan horse because of the culture jamming. Without the culture jamming, everybody's defenses would have been up. But oh, you see, if you're one of those incel people, that just means that you're just angry that women are going to be funnier and take over from you. Nigga, what about the men? Well, you see, the popular big men agree with us. Didn't you see that when we made them get down on their hands and knees and manacles and shackles, and they repeated the talking points of the party word for word, bar for bar into the camera, crying, tears down their face, and then they said, please, just leave my family alone. I did what you want. Now leave me alone. It's our time, sweetie. Yeah, it's your time to get on your knees and suck some dick!
The very heart of the main.
Listen, Jellywig will be the first man in line.
I'm really tired of dealing with emotional ISIS right now. I'm just really tired.
I like that. I mean, you're not wrong, but at the same time, I'm going to be real with you. They're never going to let you go because, again, this is how we win the culture war, through hearts and minds. By hearts and minds, we mean everybody gets in the gulag. You're no exceptions, except me.
It's like the inversion of the hero gaining his powers through the fucking power of love. You see, what's going to win? That's what's going to win us through today is purity of heart. That's right, pure fucking evil. Winning through hearts and minds. I corrupt the minds and I kill people and I steal their hearts out of their chest. You're correct. No, that's not what that means. It's what it means today, nigga.
So the entire plot to Kingdom Hearts, got it.
It's more like Vegeta and Goku.
Yeah, well, this is true.
Mifu.
Listen, subjugation. it skips all that work.
Are you nervous?
I just put you to work. It's a lot easier this way.
It's just.
I mean,
it's been so long. We're still in Gamergate 1. It never really ended. You know, it was a borderline skirmish. There was never truly a Gamergate 1 and a Gamergate 2. It was the equivalent of a dust-up in the Middle East, unironically. We are still pulling the greatest culture war 5v5, where almost every single person that could have been a part of this game of League of Legends has either died or been permanently disconnected because they were deplatformed, only for them to miraculously return at the end as the white version of themselves. But unfortunately, that also came with one of the, quote, big people revealing themselves to be fucking Saruman. Isn't that right, Nick Fuentes?
Ooh. I don't listen. It doesn't matter who wins. I still win. Well, of course you do. But you know, I mean, let's put it this way: it doesn't matter who wins because I've noticed this. Even if Hassan loses, he still wins.
He still gets to be in the names. He still gets to be in the marquee.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. He still, and somehow, some way, he'll end up as a power broker.
Like
that's his dream.
He currently still is a power broker by all legitimate argumentation. But Carl, some fucking retard will say on the internet if this gets clipped by somebody. Any clippers in chat? But Carl, a retard says. But we all know he's a joke. There are people who still want to fuck him. There are people who actively tune in every day to hate watch him. For all of you dumbass motherfuckers, for every single one of you that keep saying diddy ass, we already gave you the formula. I mentioned this earlier with Kendrick Lamar. What are you talking about? He ain't talking about nothing. So turn his TV off. Turn it off. Stop calling in. Stop tuning in. Stop wasting your time to harass him. Let him fucking fall off. If you stop giving him attention, if you stop feeding the fire goes out. But no, it's very important that I need everybody to see his really dumb clip. No, it's not! Play a video game! It's very important that we need to go on to non-stop panels. No, you don't! Within reason. But Carl, didn't you go on a panel? Yes. To demonstrate how bad it is. How bad do you think it is that a fucking toxic tourist, a hyper-casual, hyper-violent, hyper-exclusive, hyper-elitist, casual, hyper-casual, who used to be a gamer, can sit there on a broadcast and say, I don't know what you're talking about. The war that's happening outside my building? Nigga, I don't go outside. I named 50 games in a market feel of a fiscal year release of 500, while picking between several years. What's a bigger number, 90% or 10%? Because I named 10% of video games, this means the game industry isn't corrupted. Now, allow me to demonstrate how uncorrupted the industry is, while I and all my friends now harass you in a circle, claiming that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, because I made some kind of argument to disambiguate from what you were saying, because I literally do not consume the content that we are describing is killing us. What's that? If you eat Cheerios, you get cancer. I don't know about eating Cheerios, bro. I eat Chex Mix. The amount of energy that it takes to bounce a nigga's head off the floor should already make your brain rattle to begin with, if it's not already hurting. But people are allowed...
Yapping about?
But niggas are allowed to just walk into a room with no experience, no preparatory work, no evidence, no arguments. Now, be it as it may, and this is not a dig towards Wick, because this man is a businessman, He is somebody who's gonna win no matter what happens. You know why? Because he's not necessarily a power broker. He's just the nigga with the platform. He is a merchant who sells content. It's all content at the end of the day, is it not? You're still entertained, right? You got something to talk about. But are you talking about the right things? Or are you talking about the right things while getting the information so that you can do something? No. It's very important that I equivocate clip farming with actually winning an argument. That's why we're still here. That's why Twitch continues to be dog shit. That's why they continue to lose investors. Because with all these influencers on the platform, they're trying to sell ads to fake users. View botting is out of control. Clip farming is out of control. Drama farming is out of control. You just saw a news article. You just witnessed a news story with a fucking Redditor mod trying to justify why they are allowed to not be sued and not be fired from their position for having supported a scam on one of the biggest drama forums. And then he tried to lie to your face and said, actually, LSF is about gaming. Gaming
should be Rockstar's car.
Like gaming the fucking marketplace, maybe. But, you know, you're right. We should be rock stars. Everybody should be allowed to have a chance at the microphone. And they should never get out. And they should be... No, put it a different way. Everybody should be allowed in the boxing ring. But also, I'm not allowed to punch you in the mouth. How grand.
How convenient.
Listen, what's your dominant hand? We're gonna have to handcuff that behind your back, right? And I have to put your arm behind your back and like link it to the post, and I get to just beat you because I'm important. I'm special. I should be at the top of the leap. I should be the top of the hill. No. But I mean, you're right in the instance of if it wasn't for people, and I'm not gonna say anything about Yeet. Shout out to Yeet, right? Because he casts his gaze wide and very far. But when you have places like LSF that basically you can just send an email saying, hey, take that down. I don't want to see that, homie. Take it down. When you have places like, again, if you want live stream fails or just laughing at streamers, that's fine. But when you've turned them into pariahs and turned them into basically gods amongst men, getting all the welfare bucks, things get a little different, doesn't it? Shit hits different.
When you specialize in protecting those users on that platform. When they can just say, oh man, I'm getting clip farmed by the wrong people. Hey moderators, please take it down so that I can get free publicity without any consequence or pushback. It's not even a fair marketplace. It's never been fair, but you're making even more clear how not fair it is. So what do we do then? It's like, we gotta go band for band then. We have to go band for band. It's like Greta. It's like when Greta first popped up as a fucking crisis actor for politics and for environmental issues. We gotta get your child fucking actor against our child actor. We gotta get your content creator against our content creator. We gotta get your Reddit mods against our based Reddit mods that run Reddits that are following the rules of the platform but are not involved in the left-wing zeitgeist. We've got to get your favorite talking point, talking head content creators against your talking head, talking point content creators. And we have to keep doing this in a cycle.
How about just some more normal people actually have common sense? That'd be nice.
That's not common. Common sense is on the mega rare drop table of life. And these niggas do not farm.
So common sense stopped being common almost, I'd say a good 10 years ago.
Plus,
we're in 2026.
Plus, even if they did, niggas pull the ladder up behind themselves. They get everything they believe that they need to do their job, and they pull the ladder up behind themselves, and they try to fucking salt the earth behind them, so that nobody else can make it the same way they did.
Oh, the Dinklage effect.
Yes. Regardless, let's finish playing this clip. because I am going to crash out if I keep having to talk about this specifically, because this is always going to be a problem for me. Because you see, it's weird. Okay, I'm gonna attack Asmongold real quick. The attitude of using whatever talking point story you want to basically ignore common fucking problems that is a common courtesy to concern yourself with if you actually care about broadcasting. If this is an industry that you want to see actually grow, if you want to see actual content creators that have something to say become people that can massively blow up, you, number one, have to deal with the issue of people who are being given the microphone who have nothing to value to say. Number one, first and foremost. But number two, when it comes to the view buying arguments, when it comes to the clout farming arguments, when it comes to the drama farming arguments, if it's all content at the end of the day, then fucking spread the content. Don't pick and choose who you should listen to based on how size they are, because then you're a size queen. You don't get to say things like, people are mad at the Burt Peanut. It's so good that he's able to blow up and make the content he does. Why? What is he doing that's good? Oh, you see, he plays Arc Raiders. Yeah, he used to play Tarkov too. You think that I should platform somebody who basically acts like a jackass online? No, that's not positive. You know why? It wasn't positive from Pirate Software as being a dick in a social group, in a fucking raid group. And it was also not good when those clips of him popped up that demonstrated that he was always an asshole. He was just very good at controlling his public view. And when it ended up blowing in his face, when he decided to attack Ross and stop killing games, you all decided that was unacceptable. You did the same thing with Kingsman against Zaza and Cece. And now, being a Zaza is now a cultural term for an EOMM agent, ruining your matches when you're playing ranked. Because they would rather play for fun than actually go to Weenie Hut Jr. for Weenie Hut Jr. content. No, they gotta be tough guys in the place where you go to be casual. And that's exactly what Peanut does. While at the same time ruining the culture of VTubers at the same time. But talking about this, oh, that's jealousy. Carl, you're exposing how you're never going to be able to grow because you're not doing the things you do. No, I'm not in the same industry. We do two different things that are different. I can address the fact that somebody is clearly not following the streamer OSHA laws. Carl, what are those? The unspoken rules of the internet that we clearly keep speaking about every single day when we gatekeep you motherfuckers out of our culture? They used to be unwritten because it used to be like obvious. Don't be a dick. Don't fucking huzz the box. Don't fuck with a nigga's layup. Be a bro, not a hoe. Don't be a bitch. Etc. But now, talk about these issues. Oh, that guy's got smaller streamer syndrome. These people have smaller streamer syndrome. They're just jealous of them. Are we? Am I jealous of Denims? No. Denims needs to go to jail. So does Rogan. And then maybe send Casey Tron to overnight fucking county. Dennis would not make it in prison.
No, I'm sending you to Mike the PA's house. You're on house arrest over there. As someone to love you plays in the background.
For all the shit that's happened because of Hassan Piker. Oh, you're just jealous of Hassan Piker's fame. No, I'm not. I would never want to have his audience. I would kill myself. I already deal with social retards as it is. And some of them, the kind that I've been dealing with, like having arguments for fun. They like rage baiting people for fun. Because they like following logic. They like following arguments to a logical conclusion. And then experimenting with that like people are test subjects. So why the fuck would I want his audience? Nah, I want to criticize him. I want him to be banned off Twitch. Because I think the standard should improve.
I mean, you're not wrong.
He's not wrong.
The idea of, again, we call those streamer vacations now.
They've always been. It's always been an infinite money glitch.
Strawberry Tabby let her hold areola pop out on stream. Damn. All right, now 7 days.
Legal strategy, Carl. You just literally described me. No, Avalon. I can give you a better example of what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about people who they can have a conversation, and when they're in a room with a bunch of people, they're not the third type of person that rather than being someone who listens, or maybe waits to speak after thinking about their thoughts, but they might, stumble over their words. I'm talking about the third kind of person who has to fill every single still moment and quiet moment that should have some fucking impact on points with their fucking opinions and words and verbs. Worse than a lemon duck moment. I apologize, lemon duck, you're being used as an example right now. Because there's a level far beyond retardation where, damn, I had a thought, but I lost it. And now I'm sitting here with my dick in my hand while thousands of people are listening to me thinking I had something to say. I'm thinking about and talking about the kind of person that they want to talk about politics, but they're an insurrectionist at heart. And when you get to the point where it's very clear their worldview would create balkanization and would destroy us with civil war, and you're like, no, I need you to explain to me why you think that's an okay thing to do. They get lost in the sauce of moral weight, and they start telling you that you don't actually understand what you're talking about because you see all of their liberal arts professors told them that this is the most correct opinion about how you should view things. That person is the person I'm talking about. The kind of person that would waste breath on a fucking wick panel. People like Irrelevant. He doesn't actually do moral praxis. He goes on the internet looking for people that are targets for him to build up his name. Despite the fact that he can't do it with Daddy Destiny, because Daddy Destiny's turned into Sex Epstein. Can't stand next to him. That's bad for my clout. Because he has no true loyalty. And even if he wanted to leave because, he disagrees. I was all for this guy, and I wanted to go canvassing in the state of Georgia with him. But, now that I know that he has sex and he records people on camera, unlike our goat, Turkey Tom, who never did it because he wanted to, but because his partner is a fucking goon fetishist who's into CNC rape play, I gotta be over here on a wick panel, opening my mouth because, bro, a clip where I'm being a dick is the same thing as having an actual argument. That shit has to stop. Because that's half the reason we're here in the first place. All of those people are merchants. Smear merchants. By any other term. Where sometimes you've got your pundits that have their opinions. And they create the battle lines that are drawn in this war. And you have people like Wick that exist to create the stages where this conversation can happen. But it's very clear. The money comes before the content. Because, hey, he's got to get paid. There are people like myself that can clearly see the fractionation before the crack in the glass forms, and we all fall down the Chinese glass hill, the Chinese glass bridge that's hanging over a fucking canyon and a fucking hill as we fall to our fucking deaths. Because somebody can't notice that the fat bastard who runs his goddamn mouth and loves horsecock is probably not a person you should get your moral compensation from. But less about Vosh. More about these retards. Let me finish this clip.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm go
Sorry.
back and just completely ignore
That's
everything
tough.
you just said about Turkey Tom. I'm just gonna.
This is always, by the way, there's so much to get to. I'm going to stay on topic.
You don't have to ignore it. You just watch that broadcast. See, we go all over it. And he beats the allegations. By the way, he never did anything wrong to the girls.
Most of them.
Well,
Most of them. He beats
the
most
ones
of them.
that were important, he beat them. For
Yes.
everything else, bro, I like BPD and XCD. And that's itself its own criticism, right? You like girls that have cluster B. You know what you could do to save yourself this heartbreak? Don't fuck girls that have cluster B. But Carl, cluster B bitches are the bitches with the best pussy. Well, if you stick the dick in crazy, you're gonna have to form the IVs to inoculate yourself. Part of the problem, part of the shit, part of the crew. Part of the shit, part of the crew. Part of the shit, part of the crew. But at the end of the day, he beat most of the allegations. Isn't that weird, Noel? All you had to do was not platform women because women are innocent and never lie. And they tore themselves apart for you. All you had to do was shut up. But no, I had to fight against Turkey Tom because I consider him and everybody else on the supposed debate cabal, the commentary debate cabal, to be bad. And everybody else about how they did that on YouTube were retarded as well. Including, necessarily Tommy C. And also, what is his name? Chud Logic for doing this. Because nobody could just wait for more evidence. But I digress. Let's finish this clip before we talk about something else.
Stay on topic. I'm going to stay on topic. Oh, man. So anyways, it's crazy that, like, She recognizes that, you know, maybe don't comment on things you don't know about when it comes to ice, but then when it comes to things that she doesn't know about, she wants to comment on it. That's so weird. Isn't that weird?
Isn't it weird when she was 100% correct? You can't siphon somebody's views for money. Isn't it weird that she commented on that, but she didn't have a comment about ICE, and she didn't have a comment on Israel? Isn't it weird? Guys, it's weird, isn't it? You know what we should do? We should harass her and say that she's weird, and try to get views by siphoning her content. Because that's what we should do. Fucking useless women. Not all women, this one. This one, right here. There's nothing you can do except throw it in the trash and try again at a later date. Undo the experiment. We've tried it. The Hassan pack don't have anything meaningful to say because they come in the same energy as the people around the fucking Minneapolis shit. Which, let's change gears real quick. Chink, 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 chink. Will Stancil.
Boy. Oh dear.
I knew we were going there. If I knew we were going there.
Oh boy.
As we continue the campaign to get Emily Eucas to give me an interview so that I can interview her, you have to talk about Will Stancil because he's at the middle of almost all this shit happening to him. He went from being an annoying leftist person to becoming the adoptive little brother of everybody who is apolitical and or right-wing, if not just conservative, because he's going through the exact same growing pains that happened to people that were dealing with the culture war in the beginning, when we were children, when we were young and virile, and our balls swelled with DNA, and women's vaginas ached for cock, and all we did was consume content and do content. We were young then. We were young and virile, and we were excited and had passion for the world. And then people like Miley Yiannopoulos came, and Christina Hoff Sommers, and Sargon, and Gregory Fleur era Armored Skeptic June. We were young people with young viewpoints, and just as much energy that happened to enter into our existence when we were talking about and thinking about people like that of Lacey Green and Chris Reagan when he was making his social justice mockery soap opera before he decided to delist the last one because it was too relevant. And also, being a Bernie bro meant that he now had to cut to left-wing issues, the same way that him and Just Some Guy, not to be confused with Some Black Guy, no, backwards, Just Some Guy is the liberal comic viewer, Some Black Guy is the other dumb fuck that dressed like Death Grips. Oh, if we had just bent the knee because you guys just asked really nicely instead of doing the culture jamming, we would have given you everything that you wanted. It was the same. It was the same fucking mechanism as in Sarkeesian. Now we live in the days of Gamergate 2.5, technically 3.5, since this is post JDA. He'll never come back again. God bless. But we're living in the same dialectic now with Ken Belair and the script doctoring companies, and people not being able to tell the difference between political themes and proselytization. I don't need somebody to try to convince me to become left-wing, because don't you think that it's really stupid that you don't have the ability to see yourself as a character? Bitch, I don't need to see myself as a character. If I wanted to see myself, I will put up a full-length mirror and I will fuck my woman doggy style in front of it. I will hit the Norman Bates poses as much as I can, if that's what I wanted. If I wanted to live as a American nigga psycho. However, unfortunately, no. Actually, X-Play, no Adam Sessler, no G4, the bad parts of G4. Olivia Munn, you're cool. No Frost Skinner.
You show up to school tomorrow.
No Frost Skinner, no Indiana Black, no Black Hokage, no the Mighty Keith. No dumbass lolcow internet person hiding behind the name of Kate Bush's husband, a.k.a. David Paul Riviera. No Alyssa Mercante. I will not join your side. No, you are not gamers like me. You actually hate me and everything that I stand for. It's the same dialectic. happening there, happening here. The only difference now is it's real-world problems. Although, the games industry is itself a real-world issue. But in actuality, it is the case that Will Stancil and the Minneapolis shit has gone from, wow, a YouTuber killed the political career of Tim Walz, to, wow, these niggas will actively kill their own in the streets, to, wow, they're calling him a rapist live on the internet while he's just telling them, guys, don't burn my neighborhood down. Damn, that's crazy. He getting Daniel Penny in real time. And he can't do anything about it. And then along came Zeus. Bash! And suddenly, the person we were making fun of is now a fire keg for exactly why people do not want the world to act like this. Real world consequences. And the Karens that lecture us, oh, they would rather call an ICE agent the hard R. Because they don't want to stop fraud. They don't want to stop the fucking they don't want to stop the sex traffickers that they're actively creating help for, because they think that the people that they're trying to take away are legal immigrants. Not illegal ones, legal ones. But you actually helped a fucking child pederast get away.
But Carl, they know the difference. They just like using words like magic, where if I say the thing that's not true, it'll make it true. You just don't care about immigrants. No. These aren't immigrants. They didn't immigrate nowhere. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, homie? Like, you got to realize that words mean something, right? You can't just be saying shit just to be saying shit.
And then at the end of the day, when they tell you you don't care enough about these issues and that makes you heartless, my response is, do you even remember Aaron Bushnell? And will you remember Renee Good when this is all over?
Nope.
Because I can tell you...
When they stop being sound bites? Nope.
Because I can tell you, they didn't remember the McCloskeys. Because what's happened to Will Stancil is exactly what happened to the McCloskeys. The only difference is Will Stancil's a leftist and he doesn't own a gun.
Will Stancil is a guy who tried to live by his morals and found out the hard way that, unfortunately, what you believe and what is aren't the same. You fell for the sloganeering. You fell for the slogan. And it's the saddest part. You fell for the slogan. They told you to buy the T-shirt, and you believed them.
It did do me like that, Mr. Stancil.
I was waiting for it. But yeah, I mean, he bought the T-shirt, and then when it showed up in his neighborhood, he was like, whoa.
Not in my backyard.
This man got... He ended up with the Emily Eucas version of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air to Will Stancil. It's just beautiful.
And the worst part is that he's not even an NIMBY. He believes fully in the political project, and he is actually applying praxis. I go outside and I protest and try to protest legally while still being an asshole dice, and I do so because I want to affect change. I'm not a cosplayer in the street. But you guys are burning shit in my neighborhood, causing carcinogens and damage. And my reward is a swift punch to my mouth, and now I'm being labeled as a pederast. And all these other titles that they stuck on his Blue Sky account, which is apparently a thing they can do over there.
Mm-hmm.
Muting his account, talking shit about him, lying about him in real time, unpersoning him in real time, and he's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do about this? And he even recognizes and knows it. Yes, the right wing, not the far right, because most people here, with the exception of Lily Gaddis, is far right. The right wing. Even just simple right and left of centers and moderates. They have more passion and care for him than the leftists do. And for him to walk through all of the actual rigor of the political view, the fact he can walk through the rigor, and he comes to the conclusion, as I actually put it on the Will Stancil related post if I have one saved, as he walks through this position, ignore the porn, boys. Ignore the porn. Ignore the porn.
It's Twitter. What do you expect?
When he walks through this logic of the worldview that he is dealing with, and he fully understands what is at stake, And when people tell him, why don't you go back, apologize, and ask what you could have done differently and how you can help? I was told the decision was unappealable, and I could not contact them further. I also wasn't told who made the decision, who the admins were, even pseudo-anonymously, or how to contact them. So the business about resolving it internally, my preference so I can get back to work, is just pretty tough. He's rejected from Antifa, from being an anti-fascist, by the name brand organization on the fucking Letterman jacket. Because how dare you burn my neighborhood down, bro?
I mean, you bought the ticket. You thought they were your friends.
Nigga bought the ticket.
They told you.
He bought the merch, but he can't even fucking wear the shit because it's like being inside a fucking fraternity. You can't wear our logo. If you wear our logo, we're gonna beat your ass again in the street. This time we'll brain you with a brick. Crazy.
And homie just looks at you and just goes, but we were supposed to be friends. Bro, who told you that? Did you actually believe them?
Yeah, you couldn't believe that.
He really did. And that's the scary part, is that, you know, the funny thing is, and I'll say this as honest as I can, coming from the Gamergate background, we all have been Will Stancil at some point. I know, crazy, right? Fucking crazy. Because again, before Gamergate, I wasn't anywhere near conservative or right-leaning or any of that shit. Like, that wasn't until way later when they basically said, oh, well, if you don't agree, then you must be over there.
It was just so simple, you know? Play video games, hang out with the people you like. Then it became play video games, hang out with the people you like, huzz the box. Then it became play the games, hang out with the people that you like, and give all of your attention and money directly to Ian Miles Chung and Mark Kern. You're welcome, gamers.
They're looking out for us. They're our friends.
It unironically became a block of sugar, a stick of butter, a loaf of bread, a gallon of milk. And that's a deep cut. That's a deep cut reference that only people that were very, very young during that Sesame Street age would remember. But I'm pretty sure all of us are maybe halfway familiar with the joke version of that from Family Guy. It just kept transforming into a game of telephone of what the things that we should care about. And as the post says, in agreement with what you're saying, Will Stancil's having the same experiences I had as a progressive at 25. I wanted to actually accomplish progressive goals, which required being pragmatic and rational. The attitude was widely condemned by my fellow progressives as fascist adjacent. Eventually, I realized it wasn't a coincidence that the people who shared my goals were not only constitutionally incapable of reasoning, but actively hostile towards it. It was entirely possible that you could have had fun doing what we wanted to do as a group.
Allow me to do Schwarzenegger and say, no shit.
It was so much easier when it was just as simple as, you like the things I like? Okay, let's do that. And let's not talk about whether or not you like Warhawks, or if you're bulkish or bearish. If you like the stock exchange, that's cool. Hello, PipCat. If you like the stock exchange, that's cool. Make money doing whatever you want to do. Just don't fuck with my shit. Don't fuck with my culture. Don't fuck with my stuff. You want to put money into it? That's cool. You can put money into it. I ain't going to ask no questions about that shit. And then, when you had people come along and effectively make it into a job, that they have to be the ones that agitate, and you got to put your weight behind them. You got to give them your energy, and then they do nothing to return the energy back where they got it. Siphoning our life force. It was only going to go downhill, because then everything became the war. It was no longer, we are doing this to protect ourselves and to fortify our borders. It's, we have to take this battle skirmish, because if we lose ground here, we're not going to be able to win it back easily in the future, if ever at all. We have to fight just for the sake of fighting. And then, of course, when you ended up with niggas that just love to fight for whatever, then it fractionated. It was no longer us versus them. It was this nigga versus that 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 bitch versus that bitch versus that nigga versus that nigga versus that nigga versus that nigga, and they're supposed to all be on the same fucking side. The foundational pillars of the skeptics. The foundational pillars of BreadTube, Corn's BreadTube, the Nebula Elite. I still prefer Nebula niggas, but I guess that's the professional term we should use. All of these different fractionating views that are just siphoning energy. Because everybody wants to be the one that throws the spirit ball, but nobody wants to be the one that blows himself up with Cell.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be the hero. I mean, even Carl had to bow out. Not you, Carl, but even Carl Benjamin Surgan had to bow out.
Surgan. I am a Surgan.
I mean, if the guy who basically was like the quote unquote de facto leader of Gamergate had to bow out because, you know, let's be honest, like, where does this lead? Where does this go?
If Sargoy, if Sargoy of Applebee's becomes Carl Benjamin of the podcast of the Lotus Eaters and decides that it's no longer important to fight on the lane of the culture war, there's a more important war that's calling him home, and it's the war for his country. If he gives up gaming shit and now is talking about real world shit, is it not possible that it's probably time to put the fucking toys down and pick up the real goddamn guns? Which is be the bigger toys.
You're not wrong. I mean, you're not wrong. And that's the craziest part to it, isn't it?
I get tired of hearing niggas talk about the same bullshit over and over again. But Carl, aren't you shut your bitch ass up, person who represents the opposite? I get tired of hearing the same fucking bullshit over and over again. The same arguments. We know what the answer is. We have the button. It's on the table right here. Press the fucking button. It would solve all the problems. But you see, but you wouldn't actually press that button, right? Because you too understand that there's an effective total to being a platformed creator and having an argument and a base and an audience upon which you can fight back the culture war with. Nigga, we're all supposed to be on the same side to begin with. I don't need to make myself into the new talking head. I'm just another guy. The difference is that I'm that guy in your fucking armory who's fixing your guns. I'm making your arguments better. I'm making your worldview better. I'm teaching you how to scope in and single down the sight so you can hit your fucking targets. I'm reminding you what you're fighting for, nigga. Which should be your own soul, if not the basis of the industry, if not for gaming, if not for your culture, so that you have a place to play it when it's all over. Then occasionally you can put the gun down occasionally and actually enjoy that culture that you're fighting for.
I mean, Throwdown makes a very good point. You can just call them Farquads.
Calling him Farquads would be done with it does sound tempting, actually. Short nigga, short nigga, short nigga, short nigga, short nigga.
Again, it's always people that want to debate. I mean, that's not really a wrong statement. I mean, there are people that just end up coming up short. They don't want to be honest about where they're going. They do not want to say, oh, yeah, well, we're not doing so hot. You know, I'm going to switch up. Again, these are the Fuentez's of the world where it's like, I can't win and nobody can win. I'd rather watch the world burn than not be on the winning side. Oh, okay. How does that help you? How does that help anybody? Go ahead.
It's a bitch move.
I mean, basically it's that Boogie clip where, you know, he's not winning a Magic game and he just smashes his fist into the table and breaks it. If I can't win, I'd rather just blow it all up. It doesn't matter to me. Which you think seems like it makes you better than me, but it really doesn't. It makes you actually worse than me.
If I can't have power in the system, I'll destroy the system is not ever the answer of a person who cares about society.
The blight tide rolling relentlessly.
If one ought to behave a certain way,
it is truly impressive that ruling city manages
to ensure
peace.
He's about to do it. He's gonna say it. He's gonna say it. If there is a way a person ought behave in order to secure a future for their generations and for their own family and for other people's families, you should not need to spawn in order for you to finally realize that everybody is somebody's child and therefore the world should have already been made safe. When you then realize the responsibility you have to yourself and to your nation state, that you are now willing to try and make the world safe, but you're going to have to do it by first having to commit war on that soil, so that what was salted eventually can become rich in nitrogen and rich in minerals, so that it may be fertile land once more. You have to undo the damage done by those that picked the salt in the first place. And when people are willing to throw it all away because they would rather live in some state resemblant of hell, because they would rather not serve and would rather be served by all these little handmaidens of chaos, all these fucking monitoring spirits that go from audience to audience, from community to community, creator to creator, saying, did you hear, 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 did you hear? Did you hear that shit that Carl's talking about right now on his broadcast? Wow, man. I don't know why I ever left. Oh, wait, I remember why. He banned me because I was being a fucking retard. Now he's based. Now I'll join his side. Before he wasn't doing something I wanted, but now I'll... You can't be involved. No room for you. Club's full. Private showroom only. Not even if you try to give me ass. Because it's not my woman's ass. And even if you cloned her, it's not the clone that I made. I don't want your clone. I want my clone. I want people with actual weight in their head. They have something between their fucking ears. To somebody who which all of society isn't a game to gamify and play. Really, it's the gamification that's the problem. Because, you know, how quickly did that nigga start selling those quarter zips? Matter of fact, can I find a tweet of him with this shit? You need to see this. If none of you have seen this, you need to see this shit. Quarter zips, 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 quarter zips. I know I saw it on my timeline. I don't know if I retweeted it or not. Quarter zips, quarter zips, quarter zips, quarter zips. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, where it became the new thing?
No, not... Well, yes. There was this whole fucking movement that was started by some black niggas on Twitter where it's like, we don't do we don't do hoodlum shit anymore. We're wearing quarter zips and sipping lattes. That's a whole fucking... Yeah. That's a meme that they really made to be like, yes, we're the refined blacks. We're not one of those nigga slop users. But no. Nick Fuentes, upon the release of the Epstein files, basically said...
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. He's wearing the same quarter zip as Epstein.
Yes. And doing all this speculatory shit for fucking optics and attention. All that fucking gobbledygook that don't matter for fucking not a goddamn bit.
Bro's on the team now. Yeah. I think I found it. Hold on a second.
I at least found a article that is showing the image of what I'm talking about. This shit right here. Jeffrey Epstein quarter zip goes viral as Nick Fuentes sports jacket amid files release. Zara is selling. I don't have the video version of this shit. But he basically started making all of his fucking dumbass takes while also doing his normal shit, but basically now working into his brand statement. Here he is, your culture warrior. Here's the man who's leading the groypers on the far right that's going to try to grab the power, to try to lull as many people in that might believe in MAGA, even though he believes in nothing. Yes, this is the man who's going to save you while he's wearing the quarter zip, while he says all the stupid shit he already says. all while he actively plays defense for the other team now. Because he wants to punish the left. So what you should do is that you should... he wants to actually punish the right wing. He doesn't believe that they're going the correct direction with the right wing. So what they should do is they should vote for the left wing. Be an accelerationist. Burn the table. Flip the table.
Yeah. The same thing he was talking about with, I think it was, whatever that dude's name is, Clavicular.
Clavicular?
I had already designated a plot
I
of
don't
the
know.
city's
All I know is this
and
dude is over here hitting himself in the face with a hammer, right? Once you tell me that, I've lost all respect for anything you have to say. What blood yapping about?
I mean, there's some of this terminology that they use in this clip that he's supposedly in, where he's like, I have to go on Panda's tweet so I can find it, because I don't remember the goddamn phrases, but I know they were fucking stupid as hell.
Oh, you're talking about the jester maxing and,
Yes.
and mogging shit. Yeah, I have somebody that translated with Chat GPT. And once I got to the end of the whole thing, I'm like, why should I even care about that? I'm a guy that fucks. I don't do this whole like. I need to be seen by other men. It's like the last time I checked, I talked to women. I didn't have to like, turn my face and I didn't have to stick my face in an easy bake oven to try to like make myself be attractive to women. That level of insecurity is best left for professionals. And then you have a man that doesn't have any desire for women over here saying, "Yeah, man, let's vote for Gavin Newsom. He's going to lead us to victory." Bro, what?
I can't.
We're choosing who to vote for by who looks the prettiest, and I'm like, brother, that is the most non-heterosexual thing that I've ever heard of in my entire life.
And speaking on this shit, I don't know what the fuck it is with this new age conversational language. Clavicular was mid-gesture gooning with a group of foids. I know foids is women. It's women that they don't like. The same way that the Red Pill loves bringing up sluts and OnlyFans models only for the audience to turn around and buy their fucking premium subscriptions because, lol, these are the women that you should have yourself surrounded with, but women are sluts. Therefore, these are not good women that you should be with. But you should be fucking these women so that you can get body counts. So that you can then find the real woman that you have so that her body count, since yours is so high, is low by comparison because she's only ever been with one partner, even though you've been with several, and that doesn't fucking make sense. Group Foids came in, spiked his cortisol levels. Is ignoring the Foids while munting and mogging Moids more useful than SMV Chad fishing in the club? I don't understand what 80% of these words are.
Okay, so they're all insular terms. Not even joking. They're all insular because it's form dudes talking about form shit. But to give you the TLDR, basically this guy was making an ass of himself trying to impress some girls or just trying to be like boss on stream. Some women showed up and this man starts spilling spaghetti out of his fucking pocket. He can't contain himself. And it just starts getting basically he can't hold himself together. This is why you should not allow men who have never been attracted in their lives a quick level up because they don't know how to play at their level. A dude that has never had women, all of a sudden getting women, he doesn't know how to play at that level. That's like taking a dude from junior varsity at fucking middle school and putting him in the fucking big leagues in the NBA. This ain't like Mike.
There's certainly an amplification problem here, where this is happening on camera, so he's trying, and he's failing, and then he tries harder, and he fails harder, and it just has a multiplication effect.
It just looks worse. Again, if you were to tell me that there were men out here hitting themselves in the face with hammers to try to impress what I would assume are basic broads, because these are not, I'm going to be honest, all that is pretty doesn't make it actually worth a damn.
These are no Emily Eucases.
Listen, she is aged like fine wine. I'm just kidding. Listen, Emily Eucas is aged like fine wine.
I'm not arguing with you. I remember the pictures that they used to post of her And the images that she's actually posted herself recently, and how she has looks maxed herself as well in the wine aunt goth black hat chic, like
Yes.
miles ahead of the kind of way these girls are dressing for the club with faces full of makeup and fucking
And filler. At 25. Listen, I've seen Emily Eucas, okay? Yes, she's got the wine aunt body and the wine aunt look. My steak is too juicy.
Like, the sad fact of the matter is that even when it comes to fucking alt-right nationalists like Lily Gaddis, like, you've got a bunch of women that are at least 3 levels above Pearl. Pearl is the baseline. Pearl is a 3.
Oh, that's fun.
Miss fucking trash bag, standing on a stage, incapable of standing in the 9.75 that is Anna Kasparian. These women, by proxy, are maybe a 6, and they use the dresses and makeup to elevate themselves to a 7.5. The majority of these fucking voids that are online, that are on these broadcasts, surrounded by these men that, on their best average day, there are 5.5. Without the money, without the clout, without the business, without the background, without the audience, without the specifically getting in front of a camera to be an embarrassment so they can insert themselves into the attention sphere, because it's still an attention economy. They're merchants. They're selling themselves. They would never be in a room with a man like myself. Well, Carl, you think you are a good looker? Yes. I am unironically optionally chopped, because I don't like doing the high maintenance. It costs money. I'd rather be nappy. Like, if I return to my peak, if I return to my Brent Fias peak, God damn it. If you put people with actual personalities in a room with these men, it becomes very clear they don't have anything going on in their head. Sneeko, perfect case example. The Super Pedo brothers, both Tristan and Andrew Tate, perfect case example. Clavicular, perfect case example. Just look at how he looks in these clips here, when he's getting mogged by these women live on camera as he tries to flip back between him and the camera guy. Look how lost he fucking looks.
Bro's been dumped in the big leagues. Again, you grabbed a dude that maxed out at, like, I don't know, junior high, and then put him in the big leagues with the big fish, and you put him around, like, again, Andrew Tate, his brother Tristan, whatever the guy was that was like, women are just arm candy, bro.
And the nigga can't grab arm candy. That's the worst part. And I hate them putting it together like that. But if we're gonna use the fucking argument, man, women are just arm candy. This nigga is surrounded by bags of 50% off cash, and he can't get a single piece on Halloween.
I mean, again, you've given him too much too quickly, and now that he has it, he doesn't know what to do with it. He's got no game. He has no personality. All it is just, I'm just mogging on you, bro. If that is all that you have, then, bro, you are not ready for this. You need to go back to the Pee-wee leagues. You need to date those girls that we all looked at in high school and said, maybe, right? That's where you need to stay, because you're not ready for the big leagues. You need to stay over there.
You have to get vapid girls. You have to stay with the vapid girls, because the vapid girls are on your level.
Yep. The ones that are dumping filler in their face, they're basically your type. So when you have children, it's going to look like a game of Guess Who. You'd have to go look at pictures of her from junior high to figure out whether or not this is what she's going to actually look like. Your child might look like a whole different human. But I digress. I think it's beautiful that, again, these are the people that want to have the lovers of power, right? These are the guys who are basically saying, yes, these are the men that people should look up to. Like, how? How, Sway?
I don't know, man. Because just on the kick shit alone, do you realize I nearly had a panic attack realizing that Neon, fucking little baby face goddamn Neon, is out here dating fucking Amethyst. Dating Iggy Azalea. How does this nigga who looks like a thumb, The same way that one girl from fucking Def Jam Fight for New York is unironically a foot, is hanging out with a woman of parents' status and class, like that of Iggy. And this is the shit they're doing over here in the right wing. Not to mention how hard they fell off when they weren't able to utilize the internal struggle that is Kanye and Ye. Like a fucking episode of Jujutsu Kaisen. He snaps back to reality after I forget the character's fucking name. The one that has to eat the fingers and has the sorcerer inside of his body.
Oh, the main character.
Yes, the main character. When he switches personality and realizes what he has to fucking recover from and all the shit that's been done. Milo's not able to monetize it, so Milo's got to switch up. You know, he returns because it's time for him to put the shoes back on. Homosexual daddy's got to go back to work. He's got to remind people like Fuentes that he's the one who actually controls the right-wing marketplace, not him.
Oh yeah. I mean, again, after watching him just that whole like, I think people should have learned like almost like what was it? Almost 7 years ago, when Milo right around the time of the Tiki Torchmen, that Milo looked at everybody on a camera and said, "Hey, I've got this hard drive that has a lot of information on a lot of people that'll really do some damage. Don't fuck with me." And they all thought to themselves, "Oh, he's just kidding. It's a bluff." Nope. Milo is not kidding. He's not playing around. Yuji, thank you. Kanye, he pops some pills and has to lock in. That man was going on again, I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. I said some things.
But it was all funny while it was happening. It was all funny while it was happening.
Wasn't it, though? It was like a fever dream.
I mean...
And then all of a sudden, then it stopped.
If you look at it from the perspective of that Tim Pool appearance, from supervillain Ye to him snapping back to his body like he's been transported through time, like every villain from No Way Home back to their original timelines, it's the Green Goblin being cured out of Norman Osborn, and Norman Osborn realizing, oh, I'm about to get my shit rocked. But after getting impaled, you know, Kanye's able to recover and build something for himself, whereas everybody else is slowly bleeding out. Ain't that right, Fresh and Fit?
Ooh.
No, I don't want no women to know.
Okay, that was diabolical. Okay. that was still diabolical. Oh, I didn't expect that from Abba and Preach, but, you know, they can fall off and rise like phoenixes. It's cool.
They have their moments, but ultimately they are super cut on issues that have to do with actual real-world consequences. When it comes to making fun of clowns, oh yeah, make fun of clowns all day. But
Clown Wars, yeah, they're good at that.
But when it comes to people like Destiny and shit, well, shit, it's not even fucking Preach. It's just Abba Atlas. Abba Zabba Zoo.
He's got to, brother. You have to understand. Melina's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. You got to sell yourself for it. You got to lose yourself.
Getting AIDS is a once-in-a-lifetime experience, but I don't think I wanted to get that experience, you know?
Hey, man. If you've got a man offering you his wife like it's Robert Redford, I want your wife for just one night. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess that's going to be it, huh?
Because realistically, the way that Abba put himself next to Destiny and then immediately sold that nigga down the river, despite the fact it's the same shit, despite the fact he was told the same shit, like, what are we doing?
He made that video on Monday. Jay made fun of it. And then by Wednesday, this man came on with the dashiki and said, you know, I was wrong. Real wrong.
Because in reality, that's what happened to the Taliban stock market. All these creators waited to see what the social impact was going to be, and when the call was he's now sex Epstein, they all scattered like fucking rats.
Mhm.
He's my homie. We gonna defend what? What you say? Oh, there's paperwork? He's got film. What you mean by film? Oh. Well, you know, he was never really my homie, and he was wrong from the jump. There's no defense for that, but you just defended him like 2 hours ago. What happened?
And mind you, that's not even saying that Pixie's innocent, because she's not. She's weaponizing the system and was told already the means that she wanted to go down were illegal and were going to be the weakest argument you could use. So you got two assholes that should have never had sex with each other. And certainly that must be horrific for her father. Yeah, this boy that you said you trust him with your daughter, he's a really good fit for your daughter. She wants to be able to be famous, but she doesn't want to be famous for sex. Yeah, her pussy was put across the entire internet because this man sucked a cock online. Had literally breaking Kiwi farms because so many people wanted to see this gay man suck a penis. All of y'all niggas gay. All of y'all niggas that did that were gay. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I think the gayer part is they were trying to use that as coercion for Hassan Piker to put his package out.
I don't want to see Hassan's package.
Destiny's Meat's out there. You might as well go ahead and show us if you size up, big boy. Like, who said that?
I don't want to see his music. I didn't even want to know that he was dating Valkyrie. But, you know, the more that shit comes through.
Oh, you mean Valkyrie over here getting rizzed up by gay men?
Yes, getting rizzed up on camera by gay men. But, like, he has his worldview, has his opinions, but all of a sudden, you know, it's a little bit different now. We're in a different timeline. The violence has escalated.
That post-Kaya timeline we live in.
Mm-hmm. Hell, even that's a crazy bit of an example of how the culture has shifted. Really Hassan fans, those of you that called yourself loyalists, that's all it took. Him hurting his animal? Did you not notice this for the first time? He hurt the other dog? Bleeding around the neck from the chain? Making that nigga pose for a fucking thirst trap? You didn't notice then. But all it took was the dog getting shot. And him lying about it on camera? Justice for Kaya, that's all it took?
Not once, not twice, but 3 times. He took the most politically expedient route by the way, on that one. It didn't happen. Okay, so, but if it did happen, you know, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. Okay, so what happened? Shut up about it.
I loved the part where it came falling down the same way fucking Troy and any other place came falling down. Because of a woman. Thanks, Cutie Cinderella, for trying to do the worst thing that most white girls do in their lives. Trying to impress the niggas.
I still love that the black man came in and told her, nah, we don't do that to dogs. Bro, Michael Vick exists. Please stop.
It's so exhausting, man. There's so many degrees of bacon here. And I don't even like bacon like that. I don't even like bacon like that, man.
The Hassan Industrial Complex was taken down by a damn dog. Like Scooby-Doo.
I would got away with it too. It wasn't meddling.
If it wasn't for Kaya and these meddling niggas from the internet.
And the worst part is that when people watch this shit back, what does he mean by he doesn't even like bacon? What does he mean by bacon? Not talking about meat. Except when I am talking about meat. Not my meat.
I mean, I thought that was a Sneeko line, but sure.
Shit, Sneak will do anything for some cock. Anything that puts him in front of a camera, he's gonna do. He don't have any ideas of his own. He doesn't have an opinion of his own. He doesn't have a personality of his own. His personality is, yes, Shaw, I'll take off all my clothes and get shit on by this camel. Yes, sir.
I mean, after seeing what happened to him with Myron Gaines, we're gonna play this song. Man, you should not have played that song. What do you mean, me? You did this. You're the OG. You're the old man here. I didn't do anything. Yeah, you did. Hey, you just have to learn from this mistake.
Do you know the worst part about that is he didn't even do it.
He didn't do it.
It was fucking Patsy. It was Walter. And who was the first one to snitch in the goddamn room? Mr. King Cobra.
I didn't tell him to do that. You know, these children, they're going to learn. And it's like, brother, didn't you just play that a couple of months ago.
In your own fucking Bugatti? Whatever fucking
Yeah.
car you drive?
Picture I didn't have, Carl. Oh, that's from the chat. But yeah, like, I think it's a pretty solid answer that these people don't stand on business. There are no morals amongst them. It's all time. It's all clips and it's optics games. And I really hate it, but I have to say something really terrible. Maybe Anita Sarkeesian was right.
Sometimes
Wait,
it is the case that everything is somehow proselytization. And that it's
Yep.
lines of combat being drawn in the sand. And maybe sometimes you do actually need to point out, nigga, that is a thorn bush. Don't jump into the thorn bush just because you're trying to pick a rose. Because sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
Mm-hmm.
But you know,
I know, crazy.
But you know, in our immature lens, when we were young and full of cum, and we were the generation of kids that thought it was hilarious what people do in things like arc readers now. And I'm sorry if you're one of those people that are like, but Carl, I still don't understand that criticism you have. Arc readers is great. No, it's not. Do you want to get berated and made fun of by somebody who's making fun of you on camera for money? Because, bro, I came to play the casual Tarkov clone. But I'm getting farmed on camera for views and donos because I wanted to trust the inherent human nature of this aggression-based combat system. And out of nowhere comes a man that basically sets us back 50 fucking years every time he harasses a woman on camera. Or a man harassing another man because, lol, they're all soft and they can't do combat because they came to be casuals. So when you open up the shot and you communicate that I want your stuff with this free loot sim, because the balance of the game is broken, and the culture of the game is basically unironic toxicity that in any other game would get you banned, that's not culture. It isn't. I'm sorry.
No. Nope. As an Arc Raider player, I can tell you right off the bat, no. Why the hell would I want to log into a game of my own free will with my own money and then just get bopped? 5 minutes into a game, just get bopped.
And get paraded.
Because some
verbally.
dude behind the veneer of a peanut wants to clown Max for money.
Even then, you don't even have to blame the streamers. The people who follow them. I go into a match, I get fucking rolled because somebody says, are you on Team Peanut or Team Hutch? Oh, you're on neither team? Pick a side, pussy! I just wanted to play the game, bro.
Bought this game for $40 and I just want to play the fucking game.
Go back to Helldivers. Fuck this.
Right.
That's its own argument, but we'll get there.
That's just incompetence.
That's
just incompetence.
We're gonna get there, okay? There's an entire procession of how this shit started. But let's work ourselves backwards from this segue, right? When we were young, and we heard everything is political, we wanted to say, but it is the case that there are political themes in everything. But political themes does not mean proselytization. Just because BioShock used Ayn Rand essentialism of might makes right, and you had concepts of free will versus feudalistic struggling against fate, did not then mean that actually BioShock is the same as Dustborn. No, it isn't. No, everything can have political themes. But that does not mean everything is political in such a way that it can then be used as a means of globalizing the Infatida. Because when dumbasses that wanted to push their politics kept saying, actually, you need to go out and do more, you're not doing enough praxis for the worldview, for our argumentation, and you need to globalize the Infatida, what the fuck did you dumbasses think that shit meant? Did you think it meant make funny jokes on panels and make money on the internet and become priority creators by begging YouTube during the Susan Wojcicki era to make you the de facto ones that created the alt-right pipeline because y'all niggas are that annoying? Did you think that that meant everything is political, means that everything has politics that must be pushed against from a left-wing perspective? No, it meant everything has politics, and it has moral compunction and weight, if that was the argument you wanted to make. Some of us said, bro, I just want to have fun. If it has political themes, that doesn't mean I can't engage the political themes and thus have fun with the content. No, it was that everything's political, which means you must achieve class consciousness. Guess what? The Chuds achieved class consciousness, but you don't like the fact they don't have your fucking politics, now do you? No, now the problem is the Chuds have achieved a political position, and it's against you.
You became their project.
You should have left the video games alone.
I knew it was going.
Poke the bear. Just don't do it. Why do you keep doing that?
So
well, it's because they were told that they're so enlightened because in high school they peaked, and they believe themselves to be intellectuals, and they think to themselves, "Hey, if I can make you crash out, and make your life a struggle, because you know." The game studios and all the people working there, they have all of my same views. They agree with me. They all have like the same like cosmopolitan views that I do, and they live in a place like LA, New York, San Francisco, and we're all going to be the same, and we're going to force you to be the same whether you like it or not. Well, about that, somebody finally figures out how to beat you at your own game. We're gamers. We're going to figure out strats.
It started from you telling us, showing us, and then telling us, gamers are dead. They don't have to be your audience. Because these gamers, they're not the modern audience that needs to understand what is important for social impact. Everything's political. We need to use our video games to push our messaging. We're going to culture jam. We're going to make what we want look cool and interesting. Or, if you're a fan of the IFC channel, Independent Film Channel, of the IFC channel when it comes to shit like Portlandia and Good Mythical Morning, for every little bit of work that you could get from Dimension 20, from places like Smosh, and from people like StarKid, and from people like the Dimension 20 team, and people like that one fucking guy that is treated the same as Matthew Mercer in Critical Role, and all of these other supposed left-wing creators. So I don't think really are left-wing. It's that they have certain type of progressive politics, but at their core, they're fucking shit posters. And you attach yourself onto them because you wanted to be cool like them, as did many theater kids that thought it was so inventive to see celebrities doing your nerdy activities too. But you fell in love with the personality of the person who was nerdy, not the actual nerddom. A woman sees somebody like Henry Cavill being into 40K. She laughs about it on Graham Norton. But the nigga who's being interviewed alongside him and the bitch, both are like, nigga, I love Necrons. Nigga, I love motherfucking Space Emperor. We need to connect sometime and play that. You didn't know, you just noticed top people could be nerdy, could do nerdy shit too. And thus you released the e-girl onto us. Thanks for that, jackasses. You told us that gamers are dead. They're irrelevant. They don't have to be your audience. While literally platforming the she-devil that is responsible for the death of a man by accusing him of rape and convincing his family that he must have been an abuser, who predicted his own fucking death from the state of accusatory statement that he knew was going to happen. Anyways, you platformed her. You let her fuck her way through the industry. This is not debate. It happened. Nathan Grayson was one of them. You allowed it to happen. And you said everything was political. You said everything was political. You said they don't have to be your audience. You platformed the sexual predators that predated themselves on her as she used herself in a non-consensual, consensual fashion to astroturf her opinions across the board. And we said, bet, the industry is against us. We're going to start building the parallel society right now. then the journalists stop being important. Because, hey, this funny content creator, like Video Game Donkey, for his time, he's not a good person. He's not a good creator. But if we're just talking pure, what's effective? What's more effective? A game journalist who's shitting the camera, Dean Takahashi, and Rami Ismaili. That's a name we haven't heard in forever, just alongside 9-Volt. Another name we haven't heard in forever. Because all of them have abandoned this place and ran towards Blue Scold. When you're shitting it on camera, and you're bad at your video game, what's more effective? Going to the YouTuber who's gonna make fun of you on Reddit? Or going to the games journalist who can't even play the game live on camera because they are obviously stealing their content from other content creators? We started listening to YouTubers to get our opinions, right? Then we learned that we should have association between each other. So cold posting accounts started becoming the font of the news barkers. Extra, read all about it. Topical thing that's happening in the news right now. Giving my opinion so that all the people following me can hear about it. Extra. This is how we get inundated with your welcome gamers Mark Kern stealing people's money for Ember while not delivering product. But you can show up on every goddamn platform possible to spread your views. Then it advances a little bit further. And in comes people like Corvinus Rambo. Yes, legitimate victim of Gamergate 2.0. Chris Kindred and the Lego Butts, now returning as a transgender from the time period of Silverstring Media, now a member of Sweet Baby Incorporated. They target a man for making a list. A list of games that have the company involved in it. A list so powerful, not the list itself, but the naming of the games that they're involved in script doctoring. That the company doesn't promote or show any of their employees, so you can't confirm who's on payroll, which is illegal, by the way, but I digress. Removes the games that they're a part of, so when they claim they're the reason why a game was good, like Dad of War and Dad of Boy, and dumbasses go online, and they make arguments, saying, actually, Mr. Black Man, you think that a story written about being a father is not something that is something that's wrong with feminism in gaming? How is masculinity that what's wrong with feminism in gaming? And it's because it's written by a feminist from the ideal of the Longhouse. Because men used to go to war to die, and therefore these women then raised the soldiers that then globalized the gaming infantina. At the same time, you then proselytize that actually, like I said earlier, we need to make our own Gretas. We need to invent our own people who will speak the narrative back to people and express and push forward ground to gain on the culture war. In comes people like the Yak Man. Oh no, he's being harassed by a crazy nigga because he had bad opinions about Elden Ring. And that guy was so crazy about it, he struck his video and then he called his mom. Clearly, this person's a solid person with a good grasp on the world and isn't a Redditor who's just going to lie to your face when he figures out what makes him the most money. Alongside lolcows like DK Dan and Joe Cat and Anthony Gramuccia. Now to the point where the entire thing is open war skirmishes. Open civil content creator war. And are the few vestiges out there who have a stable head on their shoulders, they're just doing their part. Nobody knows who to fucking trust. Because they've been burned so many times that the parallel society is rotting. As is the industry. And we have to do so much to build up the secret resistance. Because once we had the secret resistance, that was the skeptics. But, you know, some of them had to become parents for them to finally take their place. And even then, they had to watch a man get brained for having the right opinions in the wrong place at the wrong time. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Then it was the secret police. You know, gamers. For gamers, by gamers. But then you let a fucking closeted furry into Comicsgate and into Gamersgate. You let Melody Max say so many slurs. And what do you have to show for it? The Italian stallion, Smash JT, having to realize why do you keep saying 1488 to my face? That's so weird. Why are you mugging me on the camera? What's the point of you saying those words? Why do you keep saying those words? And now look over at him in his fucking empire. I know so much about the numbers. I know so much about the numbers. You guys are obviously lying. A 5-figure, 6-figure, 7-figure, sometimes 8 and 9-figure business expense. That if they were lying about it, shareholders would have their balls. The industry would crumble even faster than it already is. And actively, all people involved would lose their businesses. Yes, Smash JT, it must be the case that the lesbian Erika Ishii, the Antifa dumbchud, who gets beaten by her wife. Factual, not memes. Yes, it's more important to clickbait about gamer drama and then make grok edits of people so that you can make digital minstrelsy real, because you do not want to look into the numbers of the business you talk about and play the games that you clearly don't know anything about, or not play the games that you clearly don't know anything about, while you try to lie to a 20-year professional journalist, real journalist, who doesn't get kickbacks from the industry, so he's not an Access Media shill, about how it's very important you need to make fun of your enemy and rival, Alyssa Mercante, for the 11th billionth time while you try to play at the drama. At the same fucking time. And then finally, the secret insurgency of people like myself, and Jay, and you, and Mahler, and Fringy, and Rags. People that just entertain while at the same time having something to say. The culture war are progressing all the way to here. Yes, unironically, there is a case that Anisa was 100% right. Which is to say, Jonathan McIntosh, with his dick and his balls in his hand, all the way up her ass, working her mouth as a puppet.
That's what I was going with, yes. Jonathan McIntosh knew what the landscape was going to become the moment that he unleashed her into the world. He just thought that, this is my bitch. She ain't going to fuck me. Oh, but she did. She gave you the Allison rap. Baby, just bend. Are you flexible? Are you hetero-flexible? gave you all of that deep rubber love. And now you're on the outside getting to see the wasteland get destroyed, and you don't have any say in it. Everybody's passed you by. The Smash JTs of the world have ate your lunch. Again, you have a subclass of grifter, the Hambleys of the world, who just move the way they move, and unfortunately, we are all suffering at the behest of them. We are suffering for them, not just because of them. We are suffering for them because we are in the middle of a culture war that is basically being stoked by people that just want to cash out. They are taking your dollars and building bunkers, and meanwhile, you're over here getting kicked off every platform for parroting their stupid opinions.
And being the father and inventor of them. We're living in an unironic Fallout universe timeline, where your stupid fucking ass, oh my goody, oh my gosh, you shouldn't have invented the hydrogen bomb, you asshole! You built the hydrogen bomb. That was an Sarkeesian and feminist frequency. You programmed the coding. You programmed the culture jamming. You created the tactics. And she took your playbook and your dick. And there you sit on Pop Culture Detective, trying to block people who put 2 and 2 together, like myself, and all of our other mutuals that have some level of, fame. Christina and Tina and Panda on both accounts. And I guess also Mombot, but Mombot was one of the main characters that took the time to step out of the limelight, and even though they've returned, you don't hear many people really talking about her. You hear most of them usually revolving around certain people, like myself, and you two, both of you as well. you set off the hydrogen bomb. And now, just like we've had to watch the nepotism twins, if specifically just Anthony Birch, fuck all of the business up. And now we're in the point where games journalists are turning into voice actors. Union voice actors. Because they unironically are in relationships with actors. And they are greasing their palms with saliva and cum. And just jacking themselves and each other off for higher success in building. Thanks, Dispatch. Thanks, Speedsters. The next IGPX that's coming out soon. In March, I think, this year. Another video game that might as well have been a television show. You created this wasteland by handing over the cold fusion reactor to the equivalent of the Enclave. You created this entire mess. And you have nothing to say for it. Not a damn thing!
Oh, they do. You didn't catch it? Where's my money?
They spent it on themselves.
Well, no. Anita keeps coming back to the well again. Where's my money? I was the foundation. Well, I mean, again, you can live in the foundation if you choose. We know what happens to those who start the revolution.
Well,
if you've been keeping up with your history lessons, those who start the revolution live in the foundations in the walls.
Yeah, get in the guillotine rope, Pierre.
Look, yes, get in the building rope, Pierre.
Look, it's very simple, you know. It wasn't your time. It was just your turn.
Oh, we're going with that one. Okay, I like that. Yes, it's just your turn, bro.
Sorry, guys. I'm gonna bow out real quick. This is Colin.
Okay.
Like talking to you guys. Yeah. So, later.
Mm-hmm.
Take it easy, brother.
But it's just...
I didn't think about that way. You've elucidated me to an idea that I didn't think about. It's not your lane. It's just your turn.
Like we keep seeing the same shit happen over and over again, and it's because these are the new generations, right? Okay, this is Star Trek, the next generations. This is Degrassi, the next generations. This is the second, third, fourth spinoff of the world of the Game of Thrones, the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms. We keep seeing the same story being retold because, like Soul Calibur, this is a tales of swords and souls eternally retold. These are just the new generation incarnations that are taking up their choices. All of the older leaders have either bowed out or have become parents. Unironically. Nigga, I've become a parent. Step-parent. But don't test me. I'll have as many kids as Pessimist Art does. And Ma. Don't test me. I'll do it. This is a lethal weapon. I'll do it. But even all of those, even them, the skeptics, they've aged out. Their job is no longer to be the main characters. They are the supporting cast in the rising of the gaming hero. Okay? I'm not even the main character. I'm just one of the many derotagonists.
How did we end up in this position, Carl? Where this is Boruto. We're just over here just like, yeah, I used to be that guy, but now you're that guy. It's your problem now.
We got here because the internet decided certain people were more important than others. That's it. That's all. It was social games. Social perception. That is it. I've talked to plenty of people about this. And it's an idea that I've looked and I've really studied and I've argued against myself. Really argued against myself, like out loud in my room. Like, making the argument. Take, click, rewind camera. Counter take, click, rewind. And just arguing the position for both sides. We got here because of attention seeking. Some people decided if we're going to be in a degraded wasteland, we might as well party like degenerates. And in the degen right, that is exactly what they did. And that's why the niggas are like that. That's why that Elijah Schaefer and Sarah Stock shit just happened. That nigga was a grifter from the beginning. You didn't ask him for anything else except rewarding him for having bad opinions and bad viewpoints and bad morals. So that's what you got. You rewarded them for doing nothing but the bare minimum. So that's what you got. we're here because that's what you asked for. You wanted niggas like the Yap-In. You wanted to be on his side. You wanted niggas like Video Game Donkey. You wanted him on your side. Y'all niggas didn't care about somebody like Sky Williams, who was attached to Video Game Donkey at the hip. Almost literally the definitive example of the gay best friend who will forever hold waters and flowers for you. That nigga had his own fucking experience. But you don't notice that shit because it's not exciting. He's not in the news. We got here because y'all niggas got distracted. Real hard. You forgot what really mattered. Or you never cared in the first place. Which is still an acceptable position. You can choose not to be involved. But don't tell me that you're not involved while you're still playing Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy and you're still trying to globalize the Chud Vegeta. This goes both ways. They're over here being retards. You're over there trying to be retards to antagonize those retards. Not, I'm commenting and talking about them while I'm over here. You're lobbing bombs over the wall. Over the West Chud-like Berlin Wall. To blow them up. You're creating insurgencies for the Civil War. And you're going to people. And you're creating these drawn lines in the sand. Where you're picking and choosing what creator deserves to have a platform. And which one is a bitch. Y'all created that. I didn't make that, you did. I didn't start this war, you did. I'm not even fucking Rambo, nigga, but it's not even First Blood. We're on like 11th Blood at this point. All this shit is the compoundation of what happens when you think that this shit's not real life. Don't get me wrong. Drama's not real life. The consequences for your dumbass behavior is the real life. You can't create organizations to deplatform content creators and then be surprised that you end up getting yourself blacklisted from an industry when you fuck around and find out because you tried it with the wrong ones. Isn't that right, Kotaku? Writing articles telling people how to steal Metroid Dread literally 2 weeks during its relaunch date on a Nintendo Switch emulator. To the point where you no longer have the ability to even comment on Nintendo games because the format of getting free review copies means that you no longer have access to media. Oh no, we're gonna fall behind the YouTuber. Good, you deserve to. We're better than you. Nobody has to wait an article time for somebody to record the content, steal the content, or get the video content from somewhere, write the script, and have the script writer and the game player be cobbled together into a listicle by somebody who never even touched the fucking content in the first place. No, I'd rather go to the YouTuber. Give them my money myself. Because they have earned it. If they're entertaining me. Y'all niggas made that.
I'd say most of them.
Most of them. Y'all niggas made that.
Young yeah exists.
And then, you can't get mad that people are switching up the game. Switching up the field. Which is to say it goes way outside the medium of video games. You know? Oh no, we're getting mad about people that are doing animation doing it well. Oh, I'm so mad at Glitch Productions. Grr! How dare they be successful? I'm sorry, did you look over at Vivian Madrano? Did you look at her fucking rock opera in the form of Has Been Hotel finally being released? No longer do we need to make jokes about angel dust in 13% of the population. Your show is ass. No morals, no compunction. But man, you gotta really be angry that people don't like your fucking bullshit because it has no real bite and image. But man, do we love Gravity. Ah, man, isn't that a great song? You got a whole entire industry full of developers getting mad that your lunch is getting eaten by people that are indie AA developers and indie developers demonstrating that actually I don't have to follow the industry standards of making a sloy slop video game like Highguard. Oh no. But it's all gonna die. Gamers are bad and they don't have to be your audience, and it's all going to go up because gamers won't pay money into an industry that clearly hates them. We tell you what we want, but you ignore what we say, and then when you don't make money, you say actually making money doesn't matter. It's entertaining the audience that's playing the game, and you have less than 6,000 people still playing. Actually, no, I'm going to live update that number right now. How many people are playing it right now on Steam alone?
Let me go double check that.
According to Steam right now, there are 5,493 people online. Yeah, that number's definitely going to make up the 880,000 amounts of dollars you're going to need to keep this fucking game afloat. Yes, High Guard Lead, say fuck the players. Say fuck the people who are your potential audience that have to spread your game by word of mouth, as you are now sitting at a 44.86% review rating on the platform. Yes, you definitely don't need that 97K potential view of 100,000 players with a game pass that's supposed to be tracking through the entire year for its updates. In a game state where it should have been fucking launched as a early access title, the same as they did with Exile 2 from the hands of Grinding Your Games. Yes, definitely, you truly know what the fuck you're talking about. Meanwhile, what's that, Ashes of Creation? You're shutting down? Aw, why is that, little buddy? Oh, you don't have enough money to go to market? But what, didn't you raise your shit in Kickstarter so that you could do it? Oh, you went into early access and then you tried to pull the funds for the last development cycle to pay for the payroll for your company? And Steam told your ass, sit the fuck down, you're not doing a rug pull? And now it's become very obvious that whatever plan happened originally with the design to make that game fucking run, which, let's take a look at Ashes of Creation real quick, if it's even still there. Yeah, that's definitely gonna make it's definitely gonna be something that makes the industry run. That's a game that definitely can be able to sustain itself with the amount of money it has. An even worse fucking number! 31K! Nearly 32K! Yeah! That's gonna fucking save you from the rug pull allegations! Which, speaking on that real quick, when you do a Kickstarter, you are entitled to potentially have to produce the money if people are incapable of actually playing the video game in question. It is the case that you will have to do that. If you then go to a platform like Steam or Epic Games Store and you try to sell them a list of rotten goods, somewhere along the line, even if you had good intentions, your game became a scam. Just like that other game from last year that got pulled by Steam, the zombie game. And now...
the day after tomorrow or some shit, yeah.
And now, you're going to sit here and you're going to tell me this is a healthy marketplace. This is what's supposed to happen. This is what's supposed to work. No, I think you might be fucking retarded. But hey, what do I know? If you don't like it, if you don't like things like our creators, if you don't like the things that people are playing because they're coming out, not because they're good, it's because they're new and they're relevant and they're blowing up because there are people doing head-ass behavior in them, well, why don't you go play Helldivers? What a great argument. I think I will. You know why? You know why? You know why? Because it has a healthy player base!
There you go.
But it fell off. But Carl, it fell off. Don't you remember? Carl, don't you remember how it fell off? It started out so good, and then it went down. But hey, do you remember? Do you remember the account linking shenanigans that it actively lists here on the chart as that focal point when I hover over this number? Literally right there in reference to this moment. That literal debacle that happens right there on the chart. Specifically right here. Account linking shenanigans, May 2024, where Johan's made that choice to try to forelay the decision for 4 months, while Sony's trying to tell them, hey, we got sales numbers we gotta hit, nigga. We got sales numbers we need to hit. We gotta be able to hit the marketplace right now. Gotta hit the ground running. Come on, let's monetize these niggas. Let's get some money going. We're gonna lock them out of their accounts if they don't make a PSN account, so we can bind this shit, and then we can sell the shareholders, look at all this money we're making. Oh, the game fell off. It was bad. I was told by Grums that it was dog shit. The same way I was told by Grums that old school RuneScape was dog shit. Because it had queer events. Queer events for LGBT pride that nobody cares about. The most relevant thing about those events being that one of the items counts for Wintertod. So people buy it so they can be able to get one free item when they're building up their fucking fire starter set. Ah, yes, the dog shit game from original mobilization. And then, when it hit all of its numbers, when it got to Omens of Tyranny, and the Ingoodening of Buff Divers, and Heart of Democracy, when we went to Super Earth, and Story Arc 5, which went into the Unjust, where we not only blew up Meridia, but now we've blown up another planet over inside the sector on our march to Cyberstan, which is happening in this patch, and 5.0, and now we're going there as of the 7th of February this month. Oh man, when you look at it in the timeline, what it actually looks like is, here's the numbers, and oh my god, they went up, and up, and up, and up, and keep going up! And then they fluctuate, because the game's got multiple regions. And mind you, this is just the number on Steam! It doesn't cover the other 2/4 or 3/4, or technically, this is the 3/4 of the player base, because it was like, 1.3 million players between the two platforms. Now it's more like between the three platforms total, between Xbox, PlayStation, and Steam, and/or any other place where it's being sold, specifically for PC, that it's more like maybe 750. But it's a good split ever since the Helldivers that were Helljumpers came in. It seems to me that these are the games that are actually holding the marketplace down. Because they're actually good. And they didn't have to pull a goddamn rug pull or try to nickel and dime you with monetization to do it. Oh, that's so crazy. Maybe if we don't like Arc Raiders and the dumbass non-stop slop coming out of the Goy Soldiers, maybe we actually would go back and play these games. And we do. And we continue to. What's the next cope? What's the next lie? Because the coal posting accounts amongst the gaming accounts, they're just as much a part of the problem as they are a part of the solution. Sometimes they're good, and sometimes they literally don't know what the fuck they're talking about. How would you know? Oh, I don't know. I must not know anything. I'm just some dumb fucking chud. It's not like this is my career. It's not like this is what my channel's based on. It's not like this is what you come to me for. Nah, this giant wall behind me that says Carl and Carl-related accessories. Nah, what could I possibly know? That's so crazy. I belie the point, though. If I haven't made myself clear of what's this nigga yapping about, sometimes your enemies have points, okay? Sometimes your enemies can be right. And sometimes, when they have those criticisms, you have to be able to look around yourself and be like, you know what, actually, these niggas are media grifters. Wow. This nigga really doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. This nigga got up on a camera and said he knows all about the game, and then when he was challenged about what was in the game, and he was asked, nigga, do you play video games? Yeah, I do. I was just playing the game the other day. Can you tell me something about it? Why did you play this other game? Well, I didn't like the Antifa Super Soldier who was a part of it. But did you actually try it? Well, I can't bring myself to play it, bro. Did you play anything that wasn't like boomer shooters and old games you bought off GOG Galaxy? Nah. So how can you talk about the current industry if you're not a part of it? But all of a sudden it's, no, wait, no, not waiting for shit. Get on your knees.
They're not ready for that conversation, Carl. I would rather, again, you know what they remind me of? And it's going to sound really fucked up when I say this. It's that Fuentes energy. I'd rather watch it all burn to the fucking ground, coal post it. If I just keep throwing coal on shit, then it, number one, does a very interesting thing. It makes it so that anybody who has active critiques about anything, oh, you're just coal posting. Why don't you post about things you actually like? And it feeds those idiots. Nigga, I talk about games I love all the time.
And it's like you talk about the shit that you like. At the same time, you talk about the things you don't like. Oh, you're so boring. It's so boring to talk about things you don't like. Why don't you talk about things you love? Here's an entire video. Here's entire live streams. Here's me daily speaking into the ether my passion. Man, you never talk about anything interesting that I like. What do you like? well, you know, I have a general no. What yearns you? What drives you? What gets your dick hard? What gets your labia engorged and your vagina wet as Niagara Falls? Well, I don't like the way that you say your arguments. You know, sometimes you can be right, but the energy you bring is shut your fucking bitch ass mouth. Get in the back of the line with everybody else, goddammit.
I know you're right, but the way you said it upset me. I know you're correct, but how you said it made me feel very hurt. So rather than I have to speak to you a specific way, again, I've coined the fucking phrase that I have to talk to niggas like Count or King Von. I can't just say the obvious thing and use regular terminology, vernacular that would be becoming of an adult. I have to talk to you like a child or a dude that listens to drill rap. There's no in between for me.
And then,
right?
Yeah. And then for all the ball and hoop gamers, well, you see, it's just not my thing, man. Okay, it's not your thing, but you're a gamer, so you should try playing more games, which is ironic because let's dig that through real quick. And sidebar, I shouldn't have to fucking be everybody's coach. Well, see, we're not stupid, you know. Carl, when you ask these questions and you're trying to get us to be able to be good at recognizing and noticing things with noticing patterns, when you try to make us good at single player Carl, I feel like you're making me feel like I'm stupid. Maybe you are stupid. Maybe it is that you aren't the stupidest person, but you're slow on the uptake. If we were in Goodfellas and you were being set up so that they made you think you're about to become a made man, but actually you were about to be assassinated, your dumbass would walk in that goddamn room with a smile on your face.
I'm about to be a winner. I'm yeah. You know what else is a winner? A hole in one. Good luck. You're gonna need it.
But in every single case where we've got to fucking hold your hand, we gotta hold your hand and walk you through all this shit. No, the fuck I don't. Not even for the purpose of the debate. If you don't know these things, you should automatically be disqualified. Going back to what I said earlier. You should already shut the fuck up. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about in the room. But unlike our enemies, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, so you need to stop and you need to educate yourself. No, I'll educate you. But I'm going to make fun of you the entire way through. Because before you fuck something up worse, it is my obligation to bring you up to level. Bring you up to standard. Up to par. I gotta drag your ass by your goddamn hair. Pick you up and say, listen here, you stupid motherfucker. Because if Anita Sarkeesian and her arguments, which is to say, Jonathan McIntosh through Anita Sarkeesian and her arguments were the hydrogen bomb, the yellow cake uranium is this fucking constant error you've made. Where, because you haven't heard of it, you act like it never existed. Because you've never heard of the content creator who's saying the argument. You can't give the time of day to hear it. But if it comes out of Zachary's mouth, if Asmongold says it, then...
Now it's a conversation.
Now it's a conversation.
Now.
And what's worse, the niggas that they will never understand because they do not ask these questions. They don't look at the content. They don't watch the content. And when they're watching it, they're just seething because, oh my god, this guy's saying all the right things, but it's just fucking stupid incel coke blaze. Irrelevant. When that word comes from Zachary's mouth, and Zachary says the thing that I could say, or anybody else would say, now it's that all of the people in the sphere must be Asmongold fans. And the average attention span and opinions and viewpoints of those Asmongold fans are the people who are allegedly responsible for the entire scene. That's the yellow cake uranium. You are...
You know...
Go ahead.
Fuck, we've had this conversation before. You know what it was? Anybody who doesn't agree with me, they must be like either an Asmongold fan or, you know what? They obviously must be like a Destiny guy or something. It's like, okay, so this is just a dismissive tool. You don't like an answer, so rather than just accept the answer, nah, it's got to be from somebody else's mouth. Which means that my opinion is now on a lower skelter because Zach said it.
And then it becomes a case of what do I got to do? What do we have to do in order to get you on the same page? Do I have to run all my takes through Asmongold? Do I have to do the same thing you niggas are doing right now to everybody else when it comes to these views? I have to get him on page with my talking points because it's just as annoying from the other side as it is from the enemies. And then what the fuck are we doing? Filibustering for everybody? Suddenly, the gaming culture war becomes gaming Congress? Representative for the Chuds, please. Asmongold, representing the majority of the opinions of all the people who are politically uninformed. On the other side, Charlie, Moist Critical, representing all the people who get their news directly from YouTube subs and from YouTube notifications. And onward and onward and onwards and onwards and onwards. And now you have all these different sub-communities that talk to each other, that overlap with each other, but nobody knows what the fuck's going on inside of them, because nobody actually understands what content is.
No, I don't. Again, that is just, again, I have to have my opinions and thoughts fed through the mouth of niggas that don't even align with me completely. And now I have to go, well, you know, he has my position, so therefore he must be right. No. I've seen Zach say some head ass shit. No. Is it nice to have somebody from on high agree with me? Yeah, that's nice. But I'm gonna be honest with you. He doesn't represent me as a gamer or pretty much most things. Like, enter the normieverse. Yeah, we've been doing this for a long time. No. I don't need Zachary. I don't need the Roach King to have my opinions to make it make sense to me. But then again, that's a little bit of projection, Carl. You already know that.
Yeah.
Because when these niggas get their opinions from somebody else, of course, they're used to that.
Because at that point, it's like, it's just a circle of, that's a great opinion. Did a YouTuber give it to you? That's a great opinion. Did a YouTuber give it to you? That's a great opinion. Did Jeffrey Epstein give it to you? That's a great opinion. Did Jeffrey Epstein and another YouTuber give it to you? It's like, okay, what do you want? Do you want people on the same page, understanding the opinions that have to happen in order for these opinions to be understood and heard, so that we can all get on the same page so we can solve these mutual problems? Or do you just want to internally and forever point your finger at somebody else and say, they're the bad guy, they're the ones you're looking for, officer, it's him? Because pointing the finger is not going to solve the games industry. And it's not going to solve the cultural rot currently happening in the parallel society made around it either. Someone has to give in and move aside. If all of you fucking annoying losers just sit here taking up air, we're all going to lose oxygen capacity in this shuttle, and we're going to come careening down to Earth in a fiery heap, just like the Challenger explosion. It's a slow motion destruction happening in real time. That might be a bit too on the nose for some people who are part of the generations that grew up with that on the brain. But unfortunately, I'm a child of 9/11 and Challenger, so like, deal with it. But that's what's going to happen to the industry right now. That's what's going to happen to the social circuit right now. People have to learn to fucking talk to each other. They have to learn to shut up and listen when they know they have nothing of value to say. Move out of the way. Step aside. Even if it's just for a little bit of time. Just step aside for a second and let the people with something to do be the ones to help you get there. And then we won't have this happen anymore. Because the effective work will have started. Because for every single bit of content you could get from somebody like EFAP, Ironically enough, Pip talking about it just now in the chat. Yeah, the takes that could come from individuals like Rags, yeah, dog shit. His opinion on Doom Eternal and also the Dark Ages, dog shit. His opinion on Resident Evil 2 as a remake, dog shit. Crobecat, dog shit opinions. Video Game Donkey, horrible opinions based entirely in being comedy. We're doing comedy, lying to you about the content that's actually in the video game, but I'm being funny about it. It makes it okay. Same dog shit that led from people like the Birdman. Oh yes, it was great when it was me making fun of Jeremy Scott, but now the gaming grifters like Will Jordan are so bad. I stand in your way. I'm the one who watches the dog shit debate bros. It's so done. It's so cooked. It's over. Stop it. Stop it all.
But Carl, listen. The problem is that you got too many cooks and not enough, people that are actually like bringing in things. We learned this during Gamergate. People were supposed to bring information in, and that shit was supposed to get disseminated. There was no leaders, no gods, no masters, right? We tried that. Everybody wanted to be the main motherfucking character. Everybody wants to be the hero. Everybody's putting on capes in Gotham City. Well, here's the secret. If everybody's got the cape on, then who the fuck is actually winning? Because some of you niggas don't even stay on program with your own life, let alone this shit over here.
Everybody wants to be Batman and wants to fight for the soul of Gotham, but not a single person realizes that the damage being
gotta rebuild
done,
the shit.
The damage being done has to be fucking rebuilt.
Somebody's got to be the guy to lays the bricks after the building's been blown up.
Like, that's how it works. You've got Commissioner Gordon, you've got Barbara, you've got the Robins, you've got Bruce and his fucking trial and tribulation with balancing being Batman between actually doing real shit. But all y'all niggas are like, nah, I want to chase the Joker. I want to fight the Joker. I want to be able to fight the Joker all the time, baby. I gotta do the war. I gotta do the fights. Nigga, your entire job was that you wanted to get these people out of the game. You just want to be a part of the fucking circus? Okay, monkey. Pick up the goddamn bell. Do the dance. Monetize you the way you're trying to monetize them. But that's not how it's supposed to work. You guys are supposed to side with me because I'm one of the least cringe. No, you're not. You're up there doing the same fucking shit. Because where's Commissioner Gordon? Where's your Commissioner Gordon? Who's supposed to be the straight-laced man that helps with all the niggas that have gone corrupted because you got niggas out here like Harvey Two-Face? It's broken. It's broken and you can't fix it. Because y'all niggas don't wanna. That's not what you came for. You were promised opportunities and log out them. And by hook or by crook, you were gonna make money off of it. One way or a fucking other. Except that that's not how this shit fucking operates. Actually, you're gonna have to say some shit and learn some shit to do some shit. No, everybody can't be Batman. And no, you can't be the Red Hood. The entire problem with the Red Hood behind Tim Drake was that he was doing it the wrong way. No, actually, I shouldn't become a villain in order to control crime in Gotham. You have to realize that you gotta be Nightwing, nigga. You have to grow into your own. Some of y'all are perpetual Robins, if we're really being serious. It might be mixing in metaphors. Fuck you, this metaphor is funny. A lot of y'all niggas are Robins. Your various eras of Robin. And some of y'all niggas are Damian Waynes. But not a single one of you want to become and are willing to be fucking Nightwing. Because being Nightwing isn't as fun. It's not as great for the spotlight. When you're out here doing this shit that you claim you care about. It's a game to you. For fun. You do it for fun. And despite doing this shit for fun, you know what's not fun? Laying brick and mortar. Oh, it's real great to go on the panels. Oh, it's real great to talk about the issues. Oh, it's real great to make video after video after video after video. But you know what's even better? When you put your own fucking skin in the game and you rebuild the fucking building so that the people have someplace to go or someplace to shop or someplace to eat. You can't eat. All these good games here in the marketplace, of which there are some, but not all. But let's go with the money and Jews argument, shall we? All these good games in the marketplace, but not a single fucking person telling you about them. Why is that? Oh, they're too busy over here saying, "Say Drake!" to all these niggas that they think are 69 gods. Meanwhile, it goes on for over 6 months. Suddenly, these niggas come back with a zinger. You expect me to not laugh at you when they said something accurate? Like, that's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it, Exo Crusher. Y'all niggas want to be Robins and y'all want to be Batman until you have to fight Deathstroke. And not no live action Deathstroke. Teen Titans Deathstroke. Y'all niggas want to be dark and brooding. You want to be Raven until you come up on Slade.
That fight looks tough. It's real tough.
Which way you want to take it?
Fucking sucks, don't it?
Like, which way you want to take it? You want to take it from Cartoon Network's way? Or you want to take it from Zone? Because if you take it from Zone, that's actually what's happening to y'all niggas. Run that asshole real quick. Run that vagina real quick. Don't even change the actual description, mind you, which at the time, back then, when we were kids, we all knew that was hard. That's crazy. I ain't got to change the voice acting, and this rape scene still works. That's crazy. Then, when you lay your ass down, drop you by your fucking leg into a messy heap, and say, "Happy birthday, birthday girl," all of a sudden, it ain't fun no more.
Nope.
You didn't even know you didn't have 30 minutes, bitch. You had 5. But you out here lollygagging. La la la, la 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 la, la la la, la 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 la. We tell you, hey nigga, tick tick tick, you ain't got the time. Because none of y'all niggas move with urgency. There not one of you can get the ball rolling. You don't move with urgency. And then when shit goes south, oh fuck, where's our leaders? What do you mean? You are the leader. Lead, leader. What, you can't lead? Damn, that's crazy. Nobody ever told me I'd have to lead. Why did you think we had the people who were leading then? Even they didn't ask to be leaders, but they became it. Then all of a sudden it starts to hit all at once. I gotta rebuild the entire fucking thing? I don't know about that, bro. The best I can do is say transgender jokes and call people troons online. That's the best I got. I don't know, nigga. What about you? The best I can do is I can make propaganda and talk shit about people while saying they know little to nothing about video games while monetizing Hassan Piper. What you got, nigga? I've got slurs on slurs on slurs, but I ain't gonna build no building, dude. Like, that's a lot of hard work. I bite my thumb at you bitches. As I do both while playing the video game. I bite my thumb at you bitches. I bite my thumb at you bitches. And I dare a single person to tell me that I'm wrong. Call into the show. Click the link. Tell me I'm wrong. It's gone on for far too long. The TVs are getting turned off. Either I'm going to turn it off myself, I'm going to flip the switch, or I'm going to break that cathode tube with a sledgehammer. Pick one. If you don't pick, I pick for you. I'm not the only person who thinks like this. This is what Eric July's been on. He been on this grift before he even told us he was having a child.
Yep. I mean, Eric was trying to... He gave you the blueprint. And you know what? The fucked up thing is that makes it even worse. Is that the guys from his point of view, like from his little like gate, guess what? Surprise. Even his own man's is over here taking pieces out of him. He's supposed to be the progenitor. These are the OGs. I don't know if you keep up with that, Carl, but like watching like Zach and like pretty much all the old comic guys just like shit on him. He's supposed to be the replacement. Y'all the old guard. He set you up for winning. You were supposed to win. He was supposed to be like the natural, the natural next step, the natural next evolution. And you were supposed to be congratulatory for that. See, our values move forward. Nah. You're not pleased as punch because you're not the main player. Because I'm not player 1 anymore. Shit's not okay. I find this beautiful. It's beautiful.
Like, niggas don't even have to be player 1. You don't have to be... Look. See, player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4 doesn't get across. Let's do this in terms of organizations. Y'all niggas want to be a part of Turning Point USA, right? Y'all niggas want to be the fucking first ladies and wives of these organizations and businesses. But you don't want to open your legs to give birth to what's going to be able to allow you to do this in the first place. Yes, I said that correctly. You heard me right. Y'all niggas are Erica Kirk. You want to stab your nigga in the back, set his ass up the river, make people wonder whether or not you did have something to do with it on some OJ timing. You turn around, you're all happy and smiles talking about, yeah, I'm going to get my hand on them sales numbers. I'm going to get me some money. I'm going to get me... What do you mean this nigga left it all to the kids? What do you mean you found out I was having an affair? And you want me to feel sorry for you. You want me to feel sorry for you.
Ah, that's the hydrocube mechanism.
You want to be on the team, but you don't want to go to practice.
But it's the only way.
Easy peasy.
You want to be first stringers, but you don't have the fundamentals to fucking do a layup.
How? Look at how far.
Let alone the stamina, let alone the endurance, let alone the ability to freestyle and innovate. You want to be a part of the aristocracy. You want to be a part of the monarchy. You want to be one of the people who sees your name in lights. But you ain't going to open your legs and give birth to the emperor. And then when you give birth to said regent, you see it as, I must secure my pathway. I need to secure my future. Instead of taking the honest position and saying, my job is not to be the king. My job is to be the activator to the king. My job is not to be the one that rears and raises the next generation. My job is to be the coach.
Easy victory.
Let's use another metaphor. Let's get fantasy. I am not the chosen hero. I am in the chosen hero's party. Let's do another one. I am not the Power Ranger. I am the assistant in the focus episode for the Blue Ranger so this nigga can tap Nadira's ass. Let's go to Kamen Rider. I am not the main rider. I'm not the secondary rider. I'm not the tertiary rider. I'm not the quaternary rider in a rider series that has a war. I am the movie exclusive villain who then realizes he's being used by the organization and or the malevolent thing that represents the evil in the situation, who does a turnabout face and says, nigga, fuck Mitsubo Jinrai, nigga, fuck everything to do with Shocker. I rip these heels, nigga.
Shoulders relaxed, chest in, hips loose, legs firm.
How many more ways esoteric do I have to say it? You are on the team, but you want to lead, but you don't want to listen. And you have grand visions of becoming an emperor? You want to rule over the fucking desert. Thinking you live in high society. But nigga, you just made Mad Max. Or worse, your nigga's Akira. And you think you're fixing the world. You think you're Lelouch Viva Britannia. And you think that you're actually doing what's necessary to be self-sacrificial. But you're not. You's a bitch that will sell anybody up the river.
The enemy there is strong.
And you think this shit is sweet. And you can hide your hand while you're doing it. If you think I'm wrong, call in the show and tell me I'm wrong. How many other ways can I say it? you niggas, unironically, y'all niggas unironically want to destroy everything. Because they deconstructed it and they made it woke and bad. Really, the word you should be using isn't woke. You want to tear it all down, replace it, go back to the past in good fight, or replace it with something better. But you can't agree on what the building's color should be, let alone the fucking foundation it's built on.
Doesn't that sound familiar, Carl?
It really do, don't it? Don't it? Don't it?
Motherfuckers over here, again, everybody's a deconstructionist, but not one person has a hard hat on to build a motherfucking thing.
And then...
I can deconstruct all of this. That's great. That's great. That's great, honey.
And then you have the dream, but you don't have the vision. Some of you got the dream and the vision, but you don't got the plan. Some of you got the dream, the vision, and the plan, but you ain't got the fucking buku, the fucking crisp, the dollars, the monies, the resources to make it happen. I could connect you with motherfuckers in the room that can do all of it together, and you will fucking destroy it if you are not the fucking leader. Should the person who can do it appear from the ether to take you to the promised land, and all you gotta do is unironically give that nigga your energy, your time, your energy, your profit, your chances, your voice, your word of mouth, so that you can create the thing that will make them come. Some of y'all niggas will tear it the fuck down because your name isn't in bigger font on the marquee, or because you're not the one leading it. You know that you had a hand in the project. This is the part that's really fucked up, okay? This is the part that's going to catch a lot of people. Because I can already see in the chat somebody telling me, hey, Carl, wait, you're cooking. Nah, you're losing the plot. You will destroy it. Because it's not even about you saying, well, my name's not up in the fucking marquee and the lights. They'd say, this nigga helped me, and he helped me, and he helped me, and she helped me, and he helped me, and he helped me. All these people, we did it together. I'm just the person who was able to get us all together in the same room. But I'm no more important than everybody else in the goddamn room. The fucking person who's leading it, whoever is appointed or self-selects, sacrifices themselves on the dais, y'all niggas will tear it down just because you'll make money off doing it. We get it all right. We win in the end. We get it all right. We get it perfect. The industry is listening to us. One of you bitch-ass niggas is gonna pick up Soul Edge and right back to this shit again. Soul Edge or Soul Calibur. And that's the part that niggas can't abide. They won't say they won't say the truth, which is that. Yeah, the thought occurred to me. I'm not even saying that you're evil for doing it. I'm just telling you, nigga, admit to me that you have human nature. Nah, I'd hell dive. Nah, I'd win. Nah, I'd be different. And every single time, none of them are. 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 Well, what about my favorite creator? None of them are. Well, what about you, Carl? I too have the urges in nature, but you know what puts me on the straight and narrow? The niggas around me. Here's a nigga in the room with me. He's right here, talking to me about it. Another one was in here just a second ago. All the other ones that could do it, they're either doing their own thing right now, having the same conversation, or them niggas are at work. Because sometimes, some people don't have the time to do it all the time. Hi, Pip. Some people don't have the ability to do it 24/7. Some people got to put in part-time effort. Some people can put in full-time effort. But, you know, they aren't good at everything. They're good at one thing. Or two things.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's ultimately nothing wrong with that. That's the part that Carl was trying to give y'all. It's a lot of game to throw out there.
This is a lot of ball knowledge.
Keep this in mind.
This is a lot of ball knowledge. I'm speaking from experience. If y'all
sometimes you gotta have supporting players. Supporting players still get the fucking job done.
Like, this is a lot of ball knowledge in order to understand this. 29-839 says I'm bugging. Call into the live show right now. It's in the pin. Call into the live show right now. Tell me how I'm wrong. Because I know from experience. If you have forgotten, let me remind you. Go to my channel. Click on the magnifying glass. Type in my personal Jesus. Flashback to reality. Year 7 Carl. I lost my friend who was the leader of our own streaming organization. He was our guard. Nobody could do what he could do. And back then, I was not ready to step into his shoes. And it fell apart. Yes. People don't want to admit that in order for the gamer chuds to win, you need to be effective. You can't just be like, I support the things I support. And that this is how it is.
You just can't support one dude. That's the other part, right? Because, I mean, again, a coalition is a coalition is a coalition. I don't know if you understand this, but a coalition is, it's not one guy, right? Let me put it this way. The people that are tearing down games, I don't know if you notice, but they ain't a one-man show over there. Their ego gets in the way of them, but they're not a one-man show. They're not a monolith. They move like they move because they know that they're supposed to win, and they share values that are going to allow them to win. They don't give a shit. Again, don't get me wrong. These people move like fucking Darkwing Duck villains, which is their only fatal flaw. If it wasn't for the fact that they're just like hubris monsters, they would lose every fucking time.
6 years of this
that's
shit.
The problem.
6 years of this shit. 6 years of this shit. I have watched the same mistakes happen over and over again. And it's just as simple that niggas keep putting their energy because, oh man, did you hear about the woke list? Yeah, let's support Comedians Rambo. Ain't nothing come of it. Man, did you hear about Smash TV?
Actually, no. You know what happened to it? The rest of the chuds said, oh, that's not good enough. Let's go even further. The point where they created a purity list so hard that they're going back through the games from the 90s and going, that's problematic, and that's problematic. And it's like, you're no better than the other side, dude.
But what did they say? If this had been made today, y'all niggas would have called it woke and literally proving their point and proving their case?
Yep. Brutus gave them the idea, and someone took it to the natural conclusion.
Because they can't tell the difference between something having political proselytization about a worldview and using themes to tell a deeper root story.
You have a gay character in the game. That's on the list. Why?
Reading from the chat room.
Are they shoehorning anything in? Are they selling you something? Are they trying to tell you something? No, our Kate Gannon is just a gay dude. Okay, cool.
Reading from the chat room quick. That's why I stopped watching people like Synthetic Man and his ilk. Eric July made it good, and Comicsgate will hate him for it. Even the almighty Alali made a comic. With Synthetic Man met Kirsch, I knew it was over. Bro comes off like an actual incel, and when we saw them anime foxes, when we saw them anime fox titties, it was over. Even though I got my issues with Razor Fist, he's right. You can't not complain about the culture. You have to become the culture. More creatives and less regulation got more overly ambitious people who love it because they care and not just because they hate the wokeness. They don't just say wokeness every time they fall in the same goddamn rakes. Hell, people are still doing it about things like Shrek. Ethan Van Skyver, anybody? Ethan Van Skyver, York Torch Gaming, Mick Dizzle, Sid Alpha, JDA. What's the name of this fucking buddy that's still there? That's at Phantom Pulse. What is his name? He was standing behind him, slavulating on his cock, calling himself a Christo-fascist nowadays.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. But yeah, there's a lot. There's so many fucking names. These people exist like roaches. You crush one, and then a new one shows up every fucking month. It's like, how do you get rid of them? How do you get these people out? You can't. You don't. I think that's the real issue. Is you can't get the roaches out of your house. You just can't. These people keep multiplying. Synthetic Man is a symptom of what we are today. He is post Gamergate Gooner gaming.
And then the
That is it.
And then the Yap-In is what happens when you follow the script of Chris Raygun, but you end up forgetting to close your browser so that nobody knows that you're directly on Reddit while you're taking their opinions from the chat rooms.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, you knew. You know what? People gave him a lot more clearance than he ought to have really had. And then I think the thing that settled it for me was the as basically saying, "Hey, Starfield is dog shit." And then all of a sudden, put this monkey down. And then all of a sudden, a couple of months later, hey, this woke shit's getting really popular. Should I talk about this more? Oh. Now you give a shit when it comes down to views.
And then revealing to us that he just wanted to be a power broker. Or he wanted to actually, no, worse. That's not the thing we originally called him the Axe Snake for. What came up and was worse about it was, well, you see, I know what your real opinion is. Why don't I tell my secret third party what's happening? And he was like, yeah, I already know who it is. Hey, Mama, can you come out the shadows real quick? Hey, oh yeah. Hey, oh yeah, bro. What's going on? Nigga, what are you stuttering for? You thought you had the upper hand for a second. But what are you stuttering for? The desire to try and weaponize the power brokers, to utilize the network for your own intentions, to bring yourself up above someone else, to put another nigga down behind you. The fucking Jess Phillips method of, in order to put gamers forward, certain gamers need to be held back. I have to get my fucking time in the limelight. I have to become the main character for this episode. It's my focus episode. But when we focus on you, all we see is the sweat on your brow and just, well, you see, don't you remember when we made fun of them and we called him a thumb? Oh, you mean the only thing notable about Starfield? The criticism he had? But he was so mad! And that's the only thing you have to say about the game, huh? You won't go back and play it now, will you?
Remember where's the game now?
Dead.
Fuck dead. Fallout they milked until the end. Again, shit, they're still milking 76. You know what they do for Starfield? Not a motherfucking thing. They DLC you to death, but this hasn't touched that shit. You might as well have assumed that they were out here looking for booty at 3 in the morning at the bar. Things are getting ready to close down, and they were like, you'll do. They threw high money behind it. And then found out, damn, this ain't really shit. And then they left it behind. Everybody else is glazing it. I've never seen that. We have lived in a timeline where a game will get a 10 out of 10 and nobody will even remember it.
Hello, Mind's Eye. Actively killing its own promotion because you said something bad about the game. So we're going to pull our sponsorship for it. Okay, nigga. Be my guest. Be my guest. Ruin your own platform. That'll kill you dead before we ever have to make a video about it. And then we still gonna make a video about it. Effectively, again, 6 years. 6 years! I've been serious in this shit. 6 years! And somehow, y'all niggas have become you've become the dads in China's music. Specifically Peggy. When she says, she got your dad throwing ass and popping perks. Then 3 weeks later, all of her friends are busting all over your face. That's you! You don't have to work on anything.
Like Overwatch.
You don't have to work on anything. You can just open your mouth and just swallow the cream. We promise. It's just a jelly donut.
I'm gonna say something really crude here.
Go ahead.
This snowblower economy is really getting out of hand. You're taking this shit from another nigga, then you just passing it off to another one, and it just goes from mouth to mouth. Like I just need you guys to realize something, that somebody's got to play a position here. And Carl said it as many ways as possible. I mean, I don't think this man speaks that many other languages, but under some points, you have to play your position. Sometimes you just got to play your position and say, hey, we with the guy that's leading the charge. Again, Accursed Farms put out an idea. He put some shit together, and it popped. Now, it led to basically being used as a heavy weight over the head of somebody like Pirate Software. I mean, that's fine.
And even as it was happening, Ross was like, listen, I'm not trying to make this about myself, but I have to put this nigga in the dirt. I tried to ignore it. I tried to be nice. I can't do that no more. Bend over. Come take this dick. Stop running. Stop running. I said stop running, bitch. Bitch, stop running. Stop running, Moldovius. Stop running, Moldovius. And all of a sudden, when we have to have a conversation about it on a debate, a nigga's gonna tell me, oh, you just mean the roaching clips? And in the middle of being told the truth, I don't know, I don't think it happened that way. Really? What else did you learn off LSF, bitch? What else did young niggas learn off already?
YouTube videos that can inform you on this. It was like a thing for like a whole 3 months. You mean to tell me that you looked up and saw this one thing and stuck your head right back in the sand? That didn't appeal to you, but you want me to take you serious on anything going on in the scope of the gaming world? I bet.
More than happy to roll with the fucking scraps.
Again, that's that wasteland shit all over again.
Like, you don't have to be the leaders. Some of y'all niggas can be the brawn. Some of y'all niggas can be the brain. Some of y'all niggas can be the fucking Pink Ranger. You can be the hearts of the team.
Some of y'all are gonna have to be the NPCs. I'm sorry, dog.
And then, and then some of y'all are going to have to be the fucking helpful commodity, okay? Why do you keep using fucking Power Rangers? Because it's the best example of exactly the point. Do you not remember how the original series was supposed to end? It was not Rangers that won the day. It was Bulk and Skull, nigga. Over how many years of literally not realizing he was working with the unironic children that became adults and young professionals that were saving the world, and these niggas going on their own path to become police officers. For those of you that were young enough to not know, that weren't young enough or too old enough to not know this, when it all came down to it, and all the chips were down, bitch 1 and bitch 2 manned up and put belt to ass. And everybody stood behind them and joined in and threw hands with them. Ain't got no powers, didn't have no money, didn't have no foundations. They just said, I believe in the dream and I know what I can do it. Why? Because somebody showed me the way. But when it comes to
a different place.
But when it comes to real life,
weebs in the room.
But when it comes to real life, not a single one of these motherfuckers can apply goddamn praxis. Everybody wants to be an inside boy. Everybody wants to be an inside girl.
Again, like I was trying to tell them, somebody's got to be Krillin. I'm sorry to tell you that. Not everybody's going to be Goku, my dude. Somebody's got to be Krillin. You got to sit back and play your fucking position. And unfortunately, we've had this conversation. I've had this conversation with a number of people. And everybody gets too big above their stations. And I'm just like, look, I don't really care about being that guy. If somebody comes with the right idea at the right time to build up the right platform, I'm behind you all the way. I don't care about winning. I care about winning in a way that's not a Pyrrhic victory. Because there's a lot of Pyrrhic victories that seem to pop off out of these spheres.
Like, if this is a war, and it is, it was a war you were already losing. Because they had already achieved hegemony. They already achieved the plutocracy. Where it unironically could have just been literally money and Jews. If you make this one-to-one to actual fucking content. If they were Warhawks, and everything was so that Big Man Ray Ray and fucking Smith & Wesson could make endless money in the paramilitary sector, applying this over to the cathedral-like academia of the gamers and the scene, one-to-one, if you want to be able to undo this, you have to hit them where it actually hurts. The punditry is not going to get it. What's going to get it is you doing equivalently this level of real conversation and revealing of the money. Because, building off his example, Y'all niggas can't be Goku. Not every single one of y'all can be Batman. Not every single one of y'all can be the version of Robin you want to be. Some of y'all are going to have to join the Bat family in different roles. And you're going to have to play your position on your pole. Y'all can't all be Goku. And y'all can't all be UI Goku. Okay? Some of y'all have to be Vegeta. And that means taking the pathway that they had to power. Okay? Some of y'all are going to have to be the Sixth Ranger. Some of y'all are going to have to be the extra hero. Some of y'all are going to have to be the civilian who temporarily gets abilities. Some of y'all are going to have to be the nigga who dies in the pyre. Even metaphorically speaking.
Some of y'all are going to have to be Alfred.
Some of y'all are going to have to be Alfred. Some of y'all are going to have to be Krillin. Some of y'all are going to have to be Android 16 and 17 and 18. Some of y'all are going to have to be Ten Shinhan. Some of y'all are going to have to be Chaozu. Some of y'all niggas are going to have to be Yamcha. And you already know that you are, but you want to be more than Yamcha. Despite the fact that you have no non-Yamcha qualities. Some of y'all are going to have to be Chi-Chi. Some of y'all are going to have to be Bulma. Some of y'all are going to have to be past future Trunks and future perfect Trunks. Some of y'all are going to have to be Goten. Some of you are going to have to be Kid Trunks from the original timeline. Some of y'all are going to have to be Bulma. And technically, Bulma's not even a thing yet. Because I don't even think they've announced that Bulma's pregnant with her yet. In that time period. Maybe she has. I haven't been watching Super since the fucking Tournament of Power arc. Because I've been reading the manga. And I don't pay that much close attention. Some of y'all are going to have to be these side characters. Because realistically, some of y'all are going to have to be, not Zeno, but you're going to have to become, Beerus. You're going to have to become Whis. You can't be the one on the field doing the combat. But you're going to have to be the coach. And you'll have to instill the baseline secondary requirements. Put it another way, some of y'all want to be Superman, but none of y'all niggas know how to fly. You want to punch and fight, but none of y'all niggas know how to control your strength. And you cause more damage than you're fixing. You have to learn these traits and you have to learn these skills. And you have to be willing to ask yourself if you really can do it. And yes, that even means as a watcher. You don't have to have my morals, but you do have to understand how to play the fucking game. And it is a game to play. And by the game, I mean WWE, the game. As in the game! I've already destroyed my voice enough today as is. Basically, look up Triple H's theme song from when he was a performer. You have to learn how this shit actually fucking works, dude. In order to be effective. Just fighting to fight? That ain't gonna get it. You have to learn to work with each other. You have to learn to work with each other, work around each other, and basically manage people. People like Charlie Kirk did not create Turning Point USA by basically being headstrong and saying, nah, I can do it all myself. I can do it all on my own. I can do it all on my own. African Americans, we're the worst ones for this. Thinking that you gotta make it a certain type of way in life and go a certain way in order for other people to decide that you can then listen to them because, hey, he got more money than me. That means it's actually valuable. Sometimes the poor man actually does have advice you can learn from. Actually. You know why? Because it's just numbers at the end of the day. I'm a person. You're a person. Do you think that you're better than all the people who came before you? You can't learn to take advice from your elders? You're gonna ask, nah, I'm gonna do crack. I'm gonna find out what happens. Nigga, I got a video right here that shows you all the symptoms you're about to go through. I gotta feel it for myself. You can't tell me how to experience my lived experience. It's my truth. Yeah, it's gonna be your cancer too.
Put your hand on the stove. Hey.
Put this dirty
wanna fuck around and find out? That's fine.
Put this dirty needle in the vein. Put your dick in that person who clearly has gonorrhea.
I just don't get it. You know what? I do get it. Everybody wants to be the hero. They want to see their name in lights, and they want to. Again, everybody wants to be Donkey until you become irrelevant.
I think there's a better way to put it. Everybody wants to be creator, but nobody really wants to know what goes into creation.
You actually have to do research. You have to know about what you're talking about. You actually have to be like, I don't know, somebody with an opinion that's worth listening to. You have to be compelling and entertaining. Oh, damn.
You gotta put yourself out there. You gotta put
That
yourself
fucking
out.
sucks, don't
You gotta
it?
put yourself out there constantly, even if it flops, over and over again. Because you can't be results oriented. Because the result that you're looking for isn't gonna happen until you get enough people on your side. You have to convince them. You think a failure is gonna get people to be convinced?
I mean, technically it could. What not to do. I mean, everybody can, some people can be DSP. It's fine.
Some people can be DSP. That is true. Like, you think Caleb Hammer was able to make financial audit work by just being by himself and being loud and boisterous in a room with people who are going to come to his show and basically give him clout when he first started to build up the company from whatever the fuck he started to having the 50 employees that he has, so that Papa Gut can crash out on a live stream being wrong about the wrong location in a fucking city he doesn't live in, demonstrating the reason why shibboleths matter? You think we got there just off of like fun? No, it was work. It was effort. Even when it feels like you're not doing work and effort, you are in fact doing it because you're getting honed by all these opinions and ideas you come in with. But oh, you know everything, so you're just going to resist it? Okay. Watch your enemies lap you. Don't even talk about your friends. Your enemies are going to lap you. You know how fucked up it is to have to watch your rivals get better than you because you refuse to do the work? I don't know, man. What are you talking about? Carl ain't talking about nothing. Said people in the audience. He ain't cooking. This man is burning the kitchen down. Never mind you. Hey, never mind you. These niggas are stuck inside a GUR. And by GUR, I mean Gold Experience Requiem. This nigga is not reaching heaven. They didn't realize they already lost. They think they're in the future where they win. They're still dying right now. I don't know.
They didn't even make it that far. You over here, is this nigga stopping time? Stardust Crusaders ass nigga.
Man, I don't even think they make it a Shadow Dio, to be honest. I don't even think these niggas will make it a Shadow Dio.
Nah. I mean, I'm just saying, like, at this point in the game, we just spitting pearls at the at wholesale people that probably already understand this. But I would like to have this on video.
Yes. It's important to have it on
I need
video.
the next generation to have this blueprint. Because I already said it. I've said it on, on the shows that I do. I say it everywhere I go. Nigga, I did 2014. My time is up. I don't have to do this. This is fun for me. This is just me. It's that old man wisdom on the side of the road where we just look at you and go, listen, young buck. This is where we fucked up. Don't do that. Do this. Maybe this will help you. I know my position. It doesn't. I'm not gonna be the face of Gamergate. I don't want that. I don't need that. I'm not looking for that. I'm not Grums over here trying to come back in after 10 years looking for glory. I'm not about that life. I just want to make sure that the mission wins. I would rather win the war than lose it.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm an outside fucking party. Because my industry, the real games industry that I went to school for, I can save that shit by doing what I'm doing. I'm already on my own mission. Y'all's mission over here, I'm seeing flaws and I'm giving you advice. It's just helpful advice, nigga. You can take it or leave it. I've got my struggles to deal with. And for me, it is also for fun. I'm flexing in the pussy. I'm hitting fucking emotes on this bitch like my name is King Nazir. You can listen to me or not. But I can promise you, check back in a year. I will have advanced with my project. The people who did not want to hear it are going to still be stuck in place. Because they're stuck in a holding pattern. Can't make decisions because you don't know which one's the right one. You're waiting for somebody else to go ahead before you. But unfortunately, it's like a voting booth. You don't know what everybody else is doing. And half y'all motherfuckers don't want to talk to people. And as for the audience members, when I say the words monitoring spirit, I need you to understand what it is I'm trying to say. Especially my hate watchers that think that I don't know who they are when I know for in fact who you are. You cannot go from community to community talking about, hey, did you hear about this, and this? And in your own house, not clean your room. The man said with a dirty bedroom. That's because I was toss and turn at night. You have to clean your houses.
The Canadian Frogman, Kermit of the North. Before you can move anything uphill, you gotta start from base. Until you clean house, how the fuck are you supposed to move the needle anywhere else? I mean, that's the truth. Unfortunately, that's the unfortunate truth. I've seen this way too many times. Everybody wants to be the superstar in some league somewhere. You want to be the Hambleys of the world, where you want to just be a mercenary. You go from fight to fight. It ain't even your fight. You just like to fight. You want to be a gladiator. You want to be seen fighting. That's great.
That's odd.
But if you're not fighting for the right things at the right time, with the right amount of ideas and the right amount of information, then you're just another liability we got to carry. And nobody wants to carry you, Hambly. No, don't be a Hambly. Don't be a quarter pounder around here.
Don't be a quarter pounder without cheese.
I mean, he's always got cheese on him. But yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't carry everybody, and we can't keep carrying people that want to be casualties. Again, I've seen enough people play Call of Duty and just run straight into gunfire. I'm gonna stop them. No, you won't. You're gonna get your cheeks clapped. And once we have to watch it, now we have to start asking questions. So maybe we shouldn't go in that room like that. Damn. Thanks, homie. You taught us a lot.
Can't say we didn't warn you. Can't say we didn't care.
It's not even about warning you. It's just watching you. I watched you, and now that you've painfully showed me, you showed me a lot. You showed me, buddy. And for the hate watchers, I'm gonna be honest with you. Look, you can learn from a lot of people, even people you don't like. If you really give a shit. You don't gotta like Carl. You don't have to like me. I don't give a shit. I don't come here to be loved. I came here to say what I need to say and get the fuck up out. Sometimes the prophet's not as important as the second coming, but that's fine. But I just get to watch, just like you do. Because if you're over here hate watching Carl, you ain't moving no needle anyway. Fuck you talking about.
Especially while especially while you're sitting in Amy's audience talking shit about me and creating problems. And especially to those of you who know exactly who I'm talking about, that is something that happened live on camera. So you can't deny that. I wonder why you got banned. It couldn't possibly be for those same reasons, right? Nah, it was because Carl was being mean. But go ahead. We're talking. I stopped you from talking. Go ahead.
No. You're. I mean, that's the same boat. I mean, again, my whole thing is that, yeah, if you're over here hate watching, that means you've got extra time on your hands. Go do something with yourself. Clean your room, bucko. Like, get something done. If you got time to hate watch, again, I do this shit for research. I watch content. I am not perpetually online, but when I have to do show shit, I am perpetually online for a very extended period of time, and I get the fuck off. Because I have to know what I'm talking about. I can't just be showing up to the show going, I don't know nothing about this. No, I need to know. I have to have information. I have to be on top of my A game. And talking to Carl, I have to be on top of my A game. I can't just show up to Carl shit and just be like, what are you talking about? What blood yapping about? I have to at least be able to say, hey, I understand what's going on, and give some relevant information and maybe throw in something that wasn't said. But everybody's got to play their position and come in and do something. Do fucking something.
That's probably the hardest lesson I had to learn with a lot of this shit. Like, I had to learn that the thing that I wanted to do, of being able to bring people together, of being able to give them a chance to talk, and niggas gonna tell me to my face, why are you stopping me from blathering about nothing? Ain't nobody watching your shit anyways. Okay.
Heard about Grove
No problem.
moving like a swarm. Come on, we told you those were just stories.
Make the first intonation of this talk show,
I say it's
or this
based on the
podcast
earth
rather,
and bamboo.
after having to cut my co-host shit together, because my co-host went off the fucking deep end, because he thinks wanting to fuck big buxom black women is the same thing as having something to say about the world. Don't even get me started on the shit that Charza thinks. Y'all niggas will look at him differently, okay? Listen.
We're gonna head deeper in the grove to find the missing VIP.
We don't want to go there. I'm trying to stop myself from going there. But this shit happened live on camera. What am I supposed to do? Lie?
I'll just stay close. Real
Yes, Carl. Lie. I didn't need to know this.
Or more specifically, wow, you really ain't got no tact and decorum? Nigga, what do you mean? He came during my live stream and tried to fuck up my content. So I'm supposed to have honor and decorum while people who are forming weapons against me are supposed to prosper because I have to use my standards? No! Take this bullet to the chest! Click, 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 click. You think I'm gonna let you walk in my house with a gun? Alright, what you think I'm gonna do? You expect me to beg? Aight, nigga!
Our battle plan proved its worth.
We taught them a lesson.
The whites in the audience might not get that. They might not be fans of Snowfall.
Good work, everyone.
They might not have watched the quintessential black experience in order for them to get that one.
Oh no, they don't know. It's okay.
But no, I'm not going to sit here and let people slander me constantly, and then I not make fun of it, or call back to it. Because some people legitimately don't fucking know. When people betray you to your face, because you won't go in on their war campaign, that shit is different.
Good work, everyone.
You're trying to put me in the poorhouse because I won't fight your fucking war for you? You're trying to destroy my project? My channel? My effort? My work? Because I won't suck the dick? That's a nice way to put it. That's a nice way to put it, Exo Crusher. Too many cooks spoil the broth to do the dishes, nigga.
He's not wrong. Like again, somebody's got to go in and just like do the dishes. I hate to say it to you, and I hate to be that guy, right? I really do. I hate to be that fucking guy. But somebody's got to do the fucking dishes. Somebody's got. Listen, not everybody's made to cook.
Exceeds its operational value.
Hell, not everybody's positions to cook. But everybody can wash dishes. That's the truth. If you really want to, if you want to feel some type of way about that, there is your answer. Not everybody can cook, but everybody can wash dishes. Sorry. It's life.
I think the most important lesson is that there's emotional labor that goes into this shit. Sometimes you don't even have to do a lot of work. You just got to be willing to listen to the nigga who's doing the work. Sometimes Superman gets weak. So what does Lois Lane do? Suck that super dick. Her name goes from Lois Lane to Green Steffens.
That's what we call a supporting role. You got to support your man from the front and the back, right? I have your back, but I also got your front.
Made it out safely. And the grove nymphs turned out to be quite friendly.
Life's a funny mistress some days. It is what it is.
And half of this shit would be better if people were able to understand that perspective. Because, see, everybody ain't picking up the weight. So for them, they don't see the problems that you're seeing. Because there's some things that you won't get until you become a creator. And you put yourself in this position. And then you're going to get tired of noticing. I'm tired, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad. Ain't nobody else going to pick up the weight. Your back's the best. You carry it like a champ.
That light up there wasn't on the last time we came, right?
I know some of y'all see some holes. I know some of y'all see some holes.
Paper on the ground.
I mean, it sucks to suck, but life's a game, and we're all playing dodgeball. Nigga, if you don't have the ball, then what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to carry. You're supposed to have my back. Protect me.
Put in all this work, put in all this effort, and you're just gonna let it go to rot for what? Or worse, you call yourself a friend to somebody who's putting together the work and the effort, and you're going to let it go to rot because they didn't immediately join you on the side of the villains because you thought, nigga, we gonna get rich. Nigga, it ain't about the money. But I thought we gonna be together forever. Nigga, I can't follow you where you're going. Can't follow you where you're going. Where you're going is not where I'm meant to be. That shit's taking me away from my center. I could do anything else for you, nigga, but I will not do that. And then niggas get in their feelings and say, oh, well, I can't be your friend anymore. Okay, I can live with that. But I can't live with that. Well, nigga, I can live without you. You're not more important to me than the laughter in this child's voice. Almost about to have to call it because my voice is saying it's done.
Oh, I know. That's what I was like, bro, if you want to roll with us this week, I mean, you gotta protect that voice. Protect your neck, son.
But like, there is nothing more important to me than my family, both of them, even as annoying as my mother can be, or my sister, but usually it's my mother, especially when she's spending my money on things that she doesn't want to pay her own money on. There is nothing more important to me than my family and my second family. And you want me to sacrifice that shit because you don't think this shit is worth it. Which, to address the elephant, the Canadian elephant in the room, when you have to go in on these things and you want to antagonize people like, say, Devin, and then you say, oh, you guys don't actually care about this stuff that you're doing. You have these opinions about shit and you're not willing to say whatever you think needs to matter for whatever reason you think it should matter for. I'm so sorry to tell you, there's levels to this shit, okay? There's levels to this shit. And you are not more important than my family. Period. You might be family, but you are not more important than my family. Which starts with me. Period.
Well, I mean, there's a saying for that. I mean, nobody's more important than the program.
It sucks to suck because I've seen some really good tag team duos over the years go the way of the shitter because somebody decides that they are going to become Otis and they're going to be the ones that claim that they sell the records, and they too forget that nobody's above the program. I've seen some very good tag team duos go the way of the dodo because the other person can't get their ego in check. And the amount of times that I've heard people make this accusation of me, especially in relation to Jay, man, if only they could hear the conversation the two of us have when we are not on air or we're not making content.
We made another step forward, Enfielders.
Because that's what friends actually do.
Easy victory.
When your niggas like, you need to get out of your head and get laid. Sometimes that's a form of self-care. When you have to have a nigga hold you back because it's become clear that you cannot see straight, and in doing so, you're able to realize some shit because now somebody's bouncing the ideas off you or you bouncing them off them. You're able to come to a conclusion. It's almost cathartic in a way, especially if you're doing it the right way. If you can't be able to take anything I've said to the head because it doesn't sound like the arguments that have been made by other creators that might be more popular in the space than I am, if you can't take anything from the shit that I've said thus far, please take this as we go out the door. You do not even have 5 minutes. Okay? Gamergate 1 was 30 minutes. Gamergate 2 was 15 minutes. Bully Hunters, actually no. Gamergate 1, 30 minutes. Bully Hunters, where I was created. When Natalie Casanova decided to come after me in Siren Cove and Plain Rock, but Plain Rock was the one that was the biggest one because he went to her face and said, this is what it's all about. When she came after niggas like me, that was 15 minutes. Comics Gate and Gamergate 2, 10 minutes. JDA and the Crypto Fascist Squad worming their way into your hobbies the same way that the progressives did, 5 minutes. Y'all niggas are about to get crushed by Majora, okay? The moon is right here to your face. It's right here, nigga. His nose is bumping your face. Can you hear the saxophone, nigga? Can you hear the saxophone? That one might be a big. That one might be a big dig for the children. Let me see if I can find this. Tick tock saxophone song name. This was from Boys in the Hood, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
When I say, can you hear them saxophones? I'm talking about this shit.
If you don't know, it don't matter how fast you run. All you gonna hear is Ricky. That's it. That's your ass.
You do not have the time to even pump your knees to move. You should have already been moving. But if you are standing still now, here's your chance. You don't even have to do it putting it into me. Find someone you care about passionately and put it behind them. Double it and give it to the next nigga. You don't even have the time to run. Find something you care about deeply enough that you'd like to give it to your child. To any children that you'll have or adopt, you'll be a step-parent to. And defend it with your life. That's how you're going to solve these problems. In your communities, in your player bases, in your audiences, in your debates, in your conversations, in your associations, in your friendships. You need to have something that is so important to the core of your being. You will never let yourself be corrupted for anything and trade for it. Call it your soul, call it your hobby, whatever the fuck it is. If you don't have something that's going to make you say, nigga, this far and no further, you're already done. You're already been cooked. You're on the table. Ass up. Apple in mouth. They are about to eat you. Alive. But if you're not already cooked, and you can hear the saxophones coming, find someone to stand next to. To hold your hand.
There's a chance.
You find someone to stand next to hold your goddamn hand. Because the turbulence is going to get wicked. Because it's going to get worse before it gets better. The industry at large, the gaming industry, as they continue to not give us what we want, specifically because they want to be stubborn, that industry is going to die and be reborn the same way it was during the 80s crash, during the Nintendo era of Mr. Wizard and the Nintendo World Championship. Then they would be willing to just give us the games that we want. They're going to be reborn, and we as consumers will still be here, but companies that will see it the way we see it, whether we have stock share in them or not, the only way that happens is you're able to get to the creators. And you convince the creators of the idea and the mindset. And as for creating it yourself, or being in the audience of a creator, you better grab somebody's hand and you better hold on tight. I got 5 more minutes I'll be willing to put forward to this, unless somebody has something they'd like to make mention of before I leave. I'm looking at the chat rooms, all of them. Also, very insightful throwdown. Very insightful, Extra Crusher. Very true. You don't have to be perfect when you do this. You can make mistakes. You just have to practice with commitment and devotion. Hence, move with a sense of urgency. Way too many times, I know you've heard it, I hear it all the time, and I hate it. When someone does the equivalent of telling you, why are you so serious in ranked? Why don't you relax, bro? I can hear the trumpets. I know it's time to move. Gotta practice. It's solo queue in life. There's another good way to put it. We're in a ranked solo queue. I have to make myself as best as I possibly can so I can fit into the teams that need and can find me. Because I don't know who's going to be on my team. But I know that I have to do the best I can with what I got. Gotta refine myself so I can hone my edge, so I can hone somebody else's edge. Too many cooks boil the broth, do the dishes. When you build a base, you need 3 things: builders, soldiers, and towers. You need the builders to make your base, the soldiers to attack and defend the base, and the towers to defend the base. Missing only one just makes it harder if it doesn't outright ruin your base. True. You're gonna have to learn to coalition build. You're gonna have to learn you're gonna have to learn how to have conversations with people and how to win people over to your side. You're gonna have to learn when to have fucking teeth and when to shit stomp somebody who's got bad ideas and bad intentions. You're gonna have to learn when to kiss some ass and when to suck some dick, because it will build a coalition even stronger than what would have happened if it was only loyalists. It is what it is at the end of the day. But 6 years, and I see the same shit happening. I originally didn't want to be the guy that led it. Then I said I'd be willing to join the cause, and I don't want to be the leader. I just got to do my thing. Every single time, I just keep seeing that there's more and more I got to do. More and more being asked of me. And when I ask for the bare minimum of, can you be present when it's time? I keep hearing, next time. It ain't finna be next time. No. There will be no next time. You are very welcome, Pipcat. As is everybody else who cares. There's not gonna be a next time. We are on our last legs already. Again, fucking Epstein files came out. We found out everything is fucked. Pedophiles been running the shit since forever. But we already knew that. But confirmation is a little bit crestfallen. Because, you know, it takes the fun out of everything. Why you gotta be serious all the time? Gotta have fun with it, bro. Then what fun is there?
When you find out Bobby Kotick was selling you down the river and it came from Epstein.
Fucking loot boxes came from a pedophile, bro. Because you know it blew away more kids.
That shit hits different, don't it?
Like all of a
shit
sudden,
hits hella different.
yeah, all of a sudden over the EU when they're like, I don't want surprise mechanics in my video games. It's like, yeah, I don't want a surprise cock in my mouth. And they were right.
A nigga selling pussy was over here telling you about how he was gonna fuck you, and he fucked you good. How about that? How does that make you feel in life?
All of a sudden, the European Union did something right for the first time.
Man, that's crazy.
Like, you have to do something. You gotta say something. You gotta move something. Because the way that y'all niggas move, you move in life the way you do in video games. Some of y'all make choices in life, and you make decisions based on your critical thinking skills on how you play video games. But Carl, video games aren't real life. No, they are a simulacrum of life. They are a puzzle box. Somebody handed you a challenge, and you said, I'm going to use 15% of my brain. It doesn't need 90%, and now here you are stuck with your finger in the goddamn Chinese contraption. If I pull my fingers apart, it'll finally come apart, right?
Nope. Sometimes coming together, it makes it work.
Gotta come together like butt cheeks and spread them.
Damn, why do you have to make a hard sell on when to hold them, when to fold them?
It's probably one of the hardest lessons anybody could ever fucking learn. Especially when you've got to find out, like, damn, I really don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, pride and ambition and confidence are very important and positive and beneficial qualities, but only when tempered by appreciation, admiration, humility, and tact. You cannot fly off the handle. You can't have Carl privileges to yell at niggas online unless you have the ability to show how the playbook's played. Some people have earned that privilege because they've been here long before you. That's why they call them old fags or old guards. Some of the new fags, the new blood, the new generation, very wide-eyed and bushy-tailed and green behind the ears and horns, that want to make their name and leave their name on everything. All you're really doing is pissing and shitting on shit, like an animal. Are you an animal or are you a man? It's like you chasing that big, beautiful hills and mountains, but you don't know how to get a woman to lay down for you so you can lay some Superman pipe. So Epstein was the whale that ruined Star Force Photo Hunt 2. Yes, he was.
Mm-hmm. Crazy, isn't it?
Crazy. But yeah. I leave you all with that word of wisdom today, along with a bunch of the other shit I was talking about. And if something comes up... Yes, go
ahead. Somebody asked in the chat, did you cover the Emery thing? We covered that a while ago. And if you rewind back, you'll catch it. But Carl, I'll leave it to you. You as the host, sir.
Mm-hmm. I am Carl. Y'all are my chat room. This is Bloodia. You can be able to find him at Real Boss Fights. And occasionally in my shit.
I'll be more present. I promise you that.
And you can be able to find me anywhere where Carl and Carl-related accessories are sold. Should there be newcomers in this chat room, do all the algorithmic promotional things. Support the channel. Give donations. Give me your money. Give me your money. Give me your money. Because a Carl is a terrible thing to waste. And understand that I don't say this shit out of anxiety or antagonism. A little bit of antagonism, being honest. Because you need it. I say this shit out of love. Okay? I cry these tears for you because some of y'all don't know how to cry for your own emotions. I weep for the younger generation that have the privilege to act brashly without consequences. Because I don't get to do that no more. I don't want to do that in the first place, but I don't get to do that no more. Because I have other people to consider. That doesn't mean that I care less. It means that I care utmost and more, actually. I don't say it out of spite. I don't say it out of anger. I don't say it out of jealousy. I say it's because it's true. Because if you had had a friend like mine, you would realize how precious it is. How precious the current precarious position we are in is. We are so close to getting everything we want. And the thing that we're going to fuck up on is just going to be procedure. Procedure. Not having the ammunition, not having the numbers, not having the manpower. Procedure. Step 1 before step 2. Step 2 before step 3. Can't jump the gun and go to step 57. We ain't even do 1 through 56. Appreciate the time you have. Appreciate the time you have with the people you have it before they're gone. I certainly did. And I still cried like a bitch at this funeral. So again, if you think anything we've been saying for the last hour and 45 minutes has been bullshit, again, this video on my channel, the other one, before I was on the saxophone shit, this video on my channel, I have witnessed this shit for 6 years since his death. You cannot convince me otherwise. Okay? Don't tell me I don't have skin in the game, because I do. This was not my torch. This was his torch. I can only hope that he's proud. I don't think about that no more. I just have to hope that I can live and be happy with what I've done. And I mostly am. You decide for yourself what keeps you in the game. But me, I did my part. I'm doing my part. Now it's time for y'all to do yours. And give me my... I'm joking. I technically have a proper day job from home now, so technically you don't actually have to give me money, but I support it anyways.
But still, donations.
He got a tithe to the church of BBC and chicken wings. Yes. Well, anyways, we're leaving. I'm out this bitch. I will see y'all in the morning on Monday. You might see me later today, wherever the fuck I pop up. Ooses deuces. Kiss your mama. Tell you love her. Because if you don't, I will. I will kiss your mothers. I will kiss your mothers on her lips. Both of them.
Damn it.
Shabbat shalom, bitches. I'm signing out. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. You want to say goodbye?
Goodbye.
Goodbye, niggas. Goodbye, niggas. Join the Negrohood HOA. Become a member of the Carl Discord, etc. Find it in the link that you can find it all over the chat room as it was before. Goodbye. Hello. Good morning. Good evening. Good night. Bonne nuit.